Rock Computer College. Define quality training in information technology.
Microsoft Word is a word processing application that allows you to create a variety of documents, including letters, resumes, and much more. In this lesson, you'll learn how to navigate the Word interface and become familiar with some of its important features, such as the ribbon, the quick access toolbar, and backstage view. Now let's start the Word program. Just go to your search bar, then type Word and click on the Word app to open. Now when you open Word for the first time, the start screen will appear, and from here you'll be able to create a new document, choose a template, and access your recently edited documents. Now from the start screen, locate and select blank document to access the Word interface. Now this is the Word interface, and at the top here we have the ribbon. Now the ribbon contains multiple tabs which you can find near the top of the Word window. Here they are, the tabs. So we have Insert tab, Design tab, Layout tab, and so on. And each tab contains several groups of related commands. For example, we have the font group, we have the paragraph group, and we have the styles group under Home tab. Now some groups also have a small arrow in the bottom right corner that you can click for even more options. Now if you find that the ribbon takes up too much screen space, you can hide it. To do this, click the ribbon display options icon, and we have these three options. Now first we have auto hide ribbon. Now auto hide displays your document in full screen mode and completely hides the ribbon from view. Now to show the ribbon, click the expand ribbon command at the top of the screen, and your ribbon will come back right up. Then we have the second command here is show tabs. Now this option hides all command groups when they're not in use, but tabs will remain visible, as you can see. Now to show the ribbon, simply click on any tab and the ribbon will come back right up again. Then lastly, we have show tabs and commands. Now this option maximizes the ribbon, and all of the tabs and commands will be visible. This option is selected by default when you open Word for the first time. If you're having trouble finding a command you want, you can use the Tell Me feature over here. Now it works just like a regular search bar. Just type what you're looking for and a list of options will appear. So let's say I'm looking for the align command. And as you can see, I'll get the options over here and I can select them without having to find it on the ribbon. Then we have the quick access toolbar. Now the quick access toolbar over here, it is, lets you access common commands no matter which tab is selected. And by default, it shows save, undo, and redo commands, but you can add other commands depending on your needs. Now to do this, just click this drop down arrow over here, then select the command that you want to add. So let's say I want to add the draw table command, and it will be added. Word has two rulers, and one is at the top and another one to the left. And these rulers make it easier to adjust your document with precision. If you want, you can hide the ruler to create more screen space. To show or hide the ruler, click the View tab, then check or uncheck this box next to the ruler. So if I uncheck it, I'll hide the rulers. If I check it again, I'll show the rulers. Then we have the backstage view. Now this gives you various options for saving, opening a file, printing, and sharing a document. To access the backstage view, click the File tab on the ribbon, and then it will take you to the backstage view. And here are the commands: new, open, save, print, and so on. So we'll go back. Then we have view buttons and zoom controls down here. Now Word has a variety of viewing options that change how your document is displayed. You can choose to view your document in read mode, we have print layout, or the web layout. Now if I select read mode, it opens the document to a full screen. Now this view is great for reading large amounts of text or simply reviewing your work. Then we have print layout. Now this is the default document view in Word. It shows what the document will look like on the printed page. And lastly, we have the web layout view. This displays the document as a web page, which can be helpful if you're using Word to publish content online. So I'll go back to the default setting. Then we have the zoom controls. Now to zoom in or out, just click and drag the zoom control slider to zoom in or out of your document. You can also click on these icons, the minus to zoom out and the plus icon to zoom in. To start a new project in Word, you'll need to create a new document, which can either be blank or from a template. You will also need to know how to open an existing document. So let's first look at creating a new document. Select the File tab to access Backstage View, then click on New, then select Blank Document. And a new blank document will appear and you can start typing from there. To create a new document from a template, again, go to File, click on New, and then you have these templates to choose from. A template is a pre-designed document you can use to create a new document with. Templates often include custom formatting and design so that they save you a lot of time and effort when starting a new project. So select the template that you want to work with, or you can search one from over here. So I'm going to select this one, and then it will open right up and you can start working with it right away. Now, to open an existing document, navigate to the Backstage View again and click on Open. Select this PC. Now, it depends on where your recent document is, but mostly Word shows you the recent documents that you've been working on from over here. So these are the recent documents I've been working on, and you can click on any one of them to open. But if you don't see it over here, you can click on Browse. Then go to wherever you saved your document and open. So let's say I saved it over here. Then I click open. It will open my document just like that. Now, you can also, from recent documents over here, you can pin your document. So if you want to work on a document from time to time, like you'll be working on that project from time to time, you can actually pin it by clicking on this icon, push pin icon over here. And then this document won't move. It will be pinned there until you're done working with it. And if you want to unpin it, you can click on that push pin icon and then it will be unpinned from the list. When you create a new document in Word, you'll need to know how to save it so you can access it for future use. Now, Word offers two ways to save a file, that is the Save and Save As command. These options work in a similar way with a few important differences. Now with Save, when you save a file for the first time, you'll only need to choose a file name and location that time. After that, you can click the Save command to save it with the same name and location. But with the Save As, it will create a copy of the document while keeping the original. When you use Save As, you'll need to choose a different name and or location for the copied version. So now let's look at how to save a document. So let's say I was typing something here and then I want to save it. This is the first time I'm saving this document. I click on the save icon on the quick access toolbar and then the Save As panel will appear. If you're saving a document for the first time and then you click Save, the Save As panel will appear. Now it will take you back to this Backstage View. Now here you click on Browse and select where you want to save your document. So let's say I want to save mine in desktop and then give it a name. It's already given itself a name, so I'll leave it that way and click on Save. So if I come and add some more details over here or make some edit, I'm like, let me add some words. Like that. Then I click Save. it will be automatically saved to the original file. So if I close this, then I'll look for that file, and here it is. And if I open it, it's already made the changes. Now, let's look how to use Save As. Using Save As to make a copy. Now, if you want to make a different version of a document while keeping the original, you can create it by using the Save As command. So to do this, click the Save As command in Backstage View. So we'll go to the Backstage View, click on File, then here, then click on Save As. Now click on Browse and choose where you want to save it. So I'll still save mine desktop, but I'll change the file name. So this one I'll call it Fruit, and then click on Save. Now if I close this, I have created a new file, a new document called Fruit, and if I open it, it's the same document but with a different file name. So I end up having two different files in my PC. Now that's the difference between Save and Save As. If you're new to Microsoft Word, you'll need to learn the basics of typing, editing, and organizing text. Basic tasks include the ability to add, delete, and move text in your document, as well as how to cut, copy, and paste. So let's look at how to use the insertion point. Now, when you open a new blank document, the insertion point will appear in the top left corner of the page over here. And if you want, you can begin typing from this location. So I had copied some text earlier, I'll just paste it and we'll work with this text. Now, let's look at several ways of using the insertion point. One, you can use it to add spaces between words. So I can add space in between these two words by placing my insertion point there and then clicking on the space bar, just like that. And I've added space in between those two words. I can also create new paragraph lines by clicking on Enter. And by doing so, I've added a new paragraph line. You can also manually place your insertion point wherever you want. So I can place it here, 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 and do the edit or make the corrections that I want to make using my mouse. I can also use the arrow keys on my keyboard to move the cursor point or the insertion point either down, up, right, or left. So this is by using the arrow keys. Now let's look at selecting text. Before you can move or format text, you need to select it. And to do this, click and drag your mouse over the text and then release the mouse, just like so. And when you do so, a hover toolbar will appear with command shortcuts. So again, click and drag over the text you want to select, and then a hover toolbar with commands will appear. So that's how you select. And if you want to select everything in your document, no matter how long it is, just go under Home tab, then click on Select, then choose Select All. And all the text in your document will be selected just like that. You can also click on Ctrl A as a keyboard shortcut, and it will also select all the text in your document. So let's look at deleting text. Now there are several ways to delete or remove text. To delete text to the left of the insertion point, press the spacebar key on your keyboard. So let's put our insertion point here. If you want to delete to the left of it, just click on the spacebar and it will do that. Now if I want to delete to the right of my insertion point, just click Delete key on your keyboard, and I'm deleting to the right of the insertion point. You can also select the text that you want to delete. So I can select that and then click Delete. And I'll have deleted that text. And also if you select the text and then start typing, the selected text will automatically be deleted and replaced with the new text. Now let's look at copying and moving text. To copy and paste text, now select the text that you want to copy. So I'll select computer Then go to the copy command under home tab and click on it. Then go to wherever you want to paste it. Then click on the paste command, and that word will be pasted just like that. Now, alternatively, you can use the shortcut commands. You can use, let's do it with software. So let's say I want to copy and paste software. I can use the keyboard shortcuts Control C for copy, then Control V to paste. And that's how you copy and paste words or text in Word. Now there is also cutting and pasting. Now to cut and paste, select the word that you want to cut. So I'll select results. Then go to this cut command under home tab, click on it. Then go to wherever you want to paste that text and then click on the paste command. And as you can see, I've cut it from this sentence and I've pasted it over here. Now that's how you cut and paste in Word. Now, the other thing that you'll need to know is how to drag and drop text in Word. So select what you want to move. I'll select hardware and software, or just hardware and software. Then drag it using my mouse and place it wherever I want to. So I'll drop it over there. And as you can see, I've dragged it from over here and dropped it over here. So that's how you simply drag and drop in Microsoft Word. Then we have the undo and redo. So let's say you're working on a document and you accidentally delete some text, or you accidentally do an action that you want to undo. Like I just dragged these two words over here and it doesn't look right. So I want to undo that action. I can come to the undo command in the quick access toolbar and then click on it. So if I click on the undo, it will undo the action that I just did. So hardware and software back where they were. But if I want to redo that action again, I'll just click on the redo icon and then it will redo itself. Then hardware and software will be cut and pasted to what I had done earlier. Other shortcuts, you can use the Control Z and Control Y for the same command. So if I want to undo, I'll just click on Control Z and that action is undone. If I want to redo that action, I'll just click Control Y. And that action is redone. So that's how you undo and redo in Word. And then lastly, let's look at inserting symbols. So if you need to insert an unusual character that's not on your keyboard, such as a copyright or a trademark symbol, you can usually find them with the symbol command. Now to insert a symbol in Word, place the insertion point where you want the symbol to appear. So I'll place mine over here. Then click the Insert tab, go to Symbol and click the drop-down arrow, then choose from here. But if you don't see the symbol that you want to use, you can click on More Symbols and search. But for me, I'll use the copyright symbol over here and then click on it. And as you can see, it will insert itself in your document. So that's how you insert a symbol in Word. Now let's have a look at working with tables in Word. Now you can use a table to present different information in Word. Let me show you how to insert a table in Word. So go to the Insert tab, then under Table command, click on the drop-down arrow. Then you can drag over this table to select the number of rows and columns you want. Then click on it and the selected table will appear on your document. Now that's one way of inserting a table. Another way, let me undo that. Under Insert tab, click on the Table command, then go to Insert Table. Click on that. Now this dialog box will pop up and it will ask you for the number of columns and rows. By default, it has number of columns as 5 and number of rows as 2. Now you can manipulate that however you want. So I'll make them 4 rows and 6 columns, then click OK. And that table will be inserted. Now you will notice that whenever you insert a table in your document, it will come with a Design tab and a Layout tab. Now under Design tab, you can change the style of your table. Now you have the Table Styles group. So if you click on this more drop down arrow, you can choose any table style you want from here. So let me select this one, and as you can see, the header row has been highlighted and the first column has been highlighted. Now if you come over here, you can choose to whether if you don't want that to be highlighted, the header row, you can uncheck this and the header row will be unhighlighted. And if you've noted, let's first uncheck this, the first column. And if you notice, the columns, the rows, they are alternately colored. The colors are not similar, they are alternately colored, and you can that's what we call the banded rows. So you can come over here and uncheck that, and the banded rows will disappear. If you want that, you can check that. If you want banded columns, you can also check that, and the columns will be colored alternatively like that. So I will uncheck that since I don't want that, but I'll keep the header row checked. Now this is useful when you want to show the title of a table. It will show that this is where the title is. So that's how you change table styles. Now you can also insert rows and columns in your table. So all you have to do is come over here, then click on this plus icon to add a row. So if I click on that, a new row will be added. Again, if I come over here, there's this plus icon. If you click on it, a new row will be added. Again, if you want to add a column, just come over here, then if you hover your mouse in between these two, you'll see this plus icon. Click on that and a new column will be added. Very easy. Click on the plus icon and a new column will be added. Now that's how we add rows and columns. You can also come to layout tab over here and choose whether to insert above a row, above or below. So let's do this. Let me type something in this row. Then I want to insert a row above this column without choosing this plus icon. So I'll keep my cursor here, then click on insert above under the layout tab. Click on insert above and a new row will be inserted above that row. If I click on this row again and then I click on insert below, a new row will be inserted below that row. So that's how you can also insert rows in using the layout tab. You can also do the same with columns. You can insert them to the left or to the right of whichever column you want. So let's say my cursor is over here. Now I want to insert a column to the right. So I'll just come over here and click insert right, and a new column will be inserted to the right of that. If I come over here again and select insert to the left, a new column will be inserted to the left of that column. Now let's look at delete rows and columns, how to delete rows and columns. So maybe I want to delete this row. So first you have to select it. So this row, you can either select it like this, then right click and then come here and choose delete column, and that column will be deleted. Or you can come over here, then go to this delete command, drop down arrow, then select delete columns. And if I click on that, that column will be deleted. Now if you want also to delete a row, so let's say I want to delete this row, I can highlight it like that, right click and select delete from over here. So I want to delete entire row, so I'll click on that, then click OK, and that row will be deleted. An alternative method, so let me type something in. An alternative method is you place your cursor point in that row, anywhere in that row, then under the delete command in layout tab, I select delete rows, and that row will be deleted. That's how we delete rows and columns in a table. Then we have the cut, copy and paste commands. So I'll show you how to cut, copy, paste rows and columns. Now with this, I have another table over here. So these are different table. I created, and I want to show you how to cut, copy, and paste. So let's say I want to cut and paste this column over here. So I'll just select it like that. Then you can do it using these commands over here, or you can use shortcuts. So I'll click on cut, and as you can see, it's been removed. Then I'll bring my cursor point over here, then click on the paste command, and it will be pasted at the end of that table, just like I wanted. Now, if I want to copy and paste any column, and you can also do this with the rows. So I'll copy this. So again, I'll select it, then click on the copy command, or use the shortcuts Control C. Then come over here, there's my insertion point over there, then click on the paste command, and it will be pasted. Now you see I have two columns with the same information. That's how we copy and paste in a table. Now let's say you want to delete a table. You want to delete the whole table. Now we'll go back to the first table that we had. I want to delete the whole of this table. It's very easy. Just come to the delete command and then select delete table, and that table will be deleted all at once. So let's go back to our other table over here and look at how to resize rows, columns in a table. Let's look at how you can resize this. So I want to resize this column. Now you can do it manually by placing your cursor point in between this line, on this line, then dragging it. So I can do that. You see, you can resize it that way. I can also do it with the rows. So that's one way of resizing. Another way, you can come under Layout tab. Then we have the height and width commands over here. So if I place my cursor point over here, then I increase the height of that row. As you can see, it's becoming bigger, and I can also reduce if I want to. So that's one way of that's another way of resizing a row. Now let's say I want to resize this column, so I'll come to the width command. If I reduce it, it will become smaller. So you can also resize from here. Now doing this is a lot of work. You may want to resize the rows so that all the rows are of the same measurements, all the columns are of the same measurements. So what you do is you place your cursor point anywhere. So I'll place mine over here. Then if you want all your rows to be of equal size, select on distribute rows. And as you can see, all my rows have been equally placed. They have the same equal size. They have the same height. I'll do the same for the columns. So I'll make this a bit smaller so that you can see the change. Now as you can see, this one is a bit smaller. But if I come here and click on distribute columns, they'll be of equal size. So that's another way of resizing the rows and columns in your table. Then we have the out of it command over here. So let's say like this number, this letter, phone number, the text, I want it to fit in that cell. So I'll just place the cursor point there, go to out of it command, then out of it contents. And as you can see, it will fit that cell properly. It will increase its width, and then it will fit in that cell. Now again, let's say you want to merge cells. So I want to merge these cells so that it can be just one cell, but I'll do it with this one. Okay, so what you do is you select that cell like this, then you come to merge command. Here there's merge cells. Under the merge group, we have merge cells command. Then if you click on that, the cells will be merged. As you can see, I only have one cell over here. Again, maybe you want to split cells. I want to create some rows and columns in a cell. So I'll come to this cell, then come to split cells. Then it will ask me the number of columns and rows I want. So I'll leave the columns at 2 and add the rows to be 2. Then click OK. And as you can see, I have 2 columns and 2 rows. Here they are, 2 rows, 2 columns. in that cell, in just that one cell. I'll do that with this one. I'll place my cursor point in the cell that I want to split, then click on the split cells command. Then over here, add the number of columns I want and the number of rows I want, then click OK. And now I'll have 3 columns and 2 rows. That's how you split a cell. Again, you can also split a table. So splitting a table, it will leave you with 2 tables, 2 parts of a table. So if I place my cursor point over here, then I click the split table command, I'll have 2 tables. The upper part will form a table and the lower part will form its own table. Now let's undo that. And then let's say I want to break it from here, from underneath. So I'll place my cursor point over here again and then click on split tables. And as you can see now, from underneath all the way to go all the way downwards, it will form a different table. And over here from name all the way to Abby, it's a different table. And that's what splitting table does to your table. Let's have a look at formatting text in Word. Now, formatted text can draw the reader's attention to specific parts of a document and emphasize important information. In Word, you have several options for adjusting text, including font size, font color, and the actual font. You can also adjust the alignment of the text to change how it is displayed on the page. So let's look at changing the font size, and I'll be changing the font size of my title, this one. So what you do is select the text that you want to modify. Then on the Home tab, click on the font size drop down arrow, and then from here choose the font size that you want. So let's say I'll go with 36, and by doing so I've changed the font size. You can also come in here and type in the font size that you want. So if I type in 32, then click enter, the font size will be reduced to 32, just like that. You can also use the grow font and shrink font commands. Now these are over here. So if I click on this, my font will grow and it'll be bigger. But if I click on this icon, it will shrink and it will be smaller, just like so. So I'll leave mine at that. And I'm satisfied with how that looks. Now let's look at changing font color. You can actually change the font color by first selecting the text that you want to modify. So I'll still work with the title. Then under Home tab, come over here to the font color box. Then click the drop down arrow. And you can choose from the theme colors that you have over here. And if you don't find the color that you want over here, you can click on more colors. Then this will pop up. And then from here, you can choose whichever color you want. So I'll go for that color, click on OK, and then it will be applied, just like that. You can also change the font of your text. Now to change the font of your text, again, select the text that you want to modify. So I'll select the title. Then on the Home tab, click the drop down arrow next to the font box. So this is the font box, click the drop down arrow. Then you can choose any font you want from over here. So I'll go with this one, and then you have changed the font of your text. So there are many things you can do with text in Word. You can change the color, the size, and even the font, as we have seen. But now let's look at how to use the bold, italic, and underline commands. Now here they are, the bold, italic, and underline command. So you can select the text you want to modify. Again, select by clicking and dragging your mouse over the text. Then click on the bold command, and then your text will be bold. If you click on the underline command, your text will be underlined, just like mine. If you want your text to be italicized, let's say I want to italicize these first few lines, I can select them, then click on the italics. And as you can see, that whole paragraph has been italicized, just like that. So another thing that you can do with Word is to change the text case. So if you've noticed, my title is not in uppercase, it's in mixed cases. but you can actually select it and you don't have to retype the text. So just select the text, then come over here and select uppercase. Now the other choices, there is sentence case, there is lowercase, there is uppercase, the one that I want to go with, there is capitalize each word, here you go, and there is toggle case. But for me, I want to do is put it on uppercase, just like that. And you've changed the case of your text. Now you can also highlight text. So let's say you're going through your document and then you realize you've made a mistake and you don't want to make that correction right then. You want to go and research about it, then come back and make your corrections. You can actually highlight it. Then when you come back to finishing your document, you can work on that highlighted text. So to highlight, just select the text you want to highlight. Then this will appear. Click on the drop down arrow on the text highlight color and choose the color you want to highlight with. So I'll choose red, and just like that I've highlighted those words. So when I come back to my document and then as I'm going through I see this red, I'll be reminded that I need to make a correction over here, and it will be easy to point it out and make the correction. Now let's look at how to change text alignment. By default, Word aligns text to the left margin in your documents. However, there may be times when you want to adjust text alignment to the center or to the right. So what you'll do is select the text you want to modify. So let's say I want to modify the whole document. I'll select all the text. So under Home tab, I'll come to Select, then click on Select All. Then under Paragraph, we have the left alignment, which we're currently on, the left alignment. Then we have the center alignment, we have the right alignment, and we have justified. So you can change to whichever you want. So I'll put mine on justified, and there we have it. Now it's how you change the text alignment in your documents. When you're working with longer documents, it can be difficult at times and time-consuming to locate a specific word or phrase. Now, Word can automatically search your document using the Find feature, and it also allows you to quickly change words or phrases using the Replace feature. So from the Home tab, click Find command. So under Home tab, Find command, and then the navigation pane will appear on the left side of the screen. Now type the text you want to find in the field at the top of the navigation pane. So let's say I want to search for software. And if the text is found in the document, it will be highlighted in yellow, just like so, and the result will appear in the navigation pane. Alternatively, you can click one of the results below the arrows to jump to it. So if I click on this, it will take me to the fourth appearance of that word in my document, and then I can make the changes that I want, or I can have a look at it. Then you can get more options if you click this drop down arrow, then you get more options from here. So once you're done doing whatever you want, you click this icon to close, just like that. Now let's look at using the Replace feature. Now at times you may discover that you've made a mistake repeatedly throughout your document, such as misspelling a name, or that maybe you need to exchange a particular word or phrase for another. Now you can use the Find and Replace feature to quickly make revisions. So from Home tab, click on the Replace icon or command. Then the Find and Replace tab will appear. Here it is, it's a dialog box. It will appear. Now you can type the text you want to find in the Find What box. So let's say I want to find the word task. Then in the Replace with box, I type the word that I want to replace it with. So let's say I want to replace it with chore. So then click on Find Next, and it will show you the first appearance of that word. If you click Find Next again, it will tell you whether there is more options or it was the only one. So for my In my case, I only had one appearance of it, so I'll click on no because there's only one appearance of that word. Then click on replace. It will ask you whether you want to continue, then click on yes. And then it will replace that word with the one that you chose. So if I close this is the word. Previously it was task, but currently it's chore. So that's how you find and replace words in Word. Just like that. Let's look at how to indent text or paragraphs in your document. Now, once you've done your document, you've typed your document, maybe it's a letter, and you want to make it more appealing, more attractive, you might want to indent the first line of a paragraph. Now, before you do that, make sure your rulers are visible since they come in very handy when it comes to customizing the indents. So go to View tab, then check the box next to the ruler and make sure that the rulers are showing. Now, to insert an indent in the first line of a paragraph, just place the cursor at the beginning of that line, then click on the Tab key. And as you've noticed, this little hanger, this mark over here, moved half an inch when I pressed the Tab key. So that's the first line indent. Now you can also use this to customize a document. Now what you have to do first is select the part that you want to customize or add indents to. Then here we have the first line indent. What it does, it indents the first line of every paragraph, just like that. Then we have over here we have the hanging indent. So what it does, it moves all other lines except the first line of a paragraph. Then we have the left indent. What it does, it moves all the text to the left of the document, just like that. Then we have the right indent marker over here. Now what this does, it moves all the text to the right of your document, and this is very helpful if you want your document to be a little bit narrower. So I just wanted to indent the first line of my paragraph, so everything back and then just indent the first line using the first line indent marker, just like that. And as you can see, now my document looks more appealing and more traditional. As you design your document and make formatting decisions, you need to consider line and paragraph spacing. Now you can increase spacing to improve readability, and you can also reduce it to fit more text on the page. So let's look how to format line spacing. Select the text that you want to format. I'll select this, just that sentence. Then on the Home tab, click the line and paragraph spacing command. Now here it is. Now click on the drop down arrow, and from here you can select the line spacing options that you want. So I can choose 1.5, and as you can see, I've changed the line spacing. Now again, you can change the spacing in your paragraphs. So the same way, just select the paragraphs that you want to space. So I'll select these two over here. Then under the line and paragraph spacing command, click the drop down arrow. Then if you want to add space, click on the add space before paragraph, just like that, and space has been added in between those paragraphs. And if you want to reduce the space, just select the paragraphs again, or whichever paragraphs you want to work with, then click on remove space after paragraph, and the space will be reduced, just like that. Bulleted and numbered lists can be used in your documents to outline, arrange, and emphasize text. Now, in this lesson, I'll teach you how to modify existing bullets, insert new bulleted and numbered lists, and select symbols as bullets. Now, to create a bulleted list, select the text that you want to format as a list. So I'll select this. Then on the Home tab, click the drop down arrow next to the bullet commands. So click on the drop down arrow. Now from here, you can choose any kind of bullet that you want to use. So let's say I choose this one, then click on that one. And if you click on that, the text will be formatted as a bulleted list. Now, when you're editing a list, you can press enter to start a new line, and the new line will automatically have a bullet or number. So I've bulleted this list and I want to continue adding to it. Just click enter and it will come with a new enter icon, a new bullet icon over here. But if you've reached the end, then you want to stop formatting it as a bulleted list, just click enter twice. And you see the bulleted list will stop from there. So that's one thing. Another thing, to remove numbers or bullets from a list, you can just select the list and click the bulleted or numbered list command. So I want to remove the bullets from this list. I'll just select it just like that, then click on the bullet command. And as you can see, I've removed the bullets. The same with numbers. You select the list, then you click on the numbers command and they will disappear. Now let's look at how to create a numbered list. Again, select the text you want to format as a list. So I'll select this. Then on the home tab, click the drop down arrow next to the numbering command. This one. Now you can choose the type of numbering that you want. You can do it in Romans, letters, in any way that you want. So select whichever it is. Then as you can see, I've numbered my list. Again, if I want to remove the letters or the numbering from my list, just select the text. Then click on this icon, the numbering command icon, and the numbering will be removed just like that. Now you can customize your bullets, so you can use symbols as a bullet. And to do this, select the list that you want to format. So again, I'll select this. Now on the home tab, click the drop down arrow next to the bullets command over here. Then select define new bullet. Now from here, you can click on symbol. Then choose from the symbols that you see over here. Now you can choose any symbol that you want. So you can also change the font from here. So if I click on this, I can change the font that I want to work with from here. You see, there are many fonts, there are lots of fonts that you can work with. So you can change. I'm going to use Wingdings. Then I can select the type of symbol that I want to use as a bullet. So choose any. Let's say I'll choose this one. Then click on OK. It will give you a preview of how that will look like. Then click OK. And you just added symbols as your bullets. So let's do that again. Click on the drop down arrow, go to define your bullet. Under symbols, click on that, then choose the symbol that you want to work with. Any symbol that you want to work with. So I'll choose a different one this time. I'll choose this one. Then click OK. It will give you a preview. Then click OK. And as you can see, my bullet has changed and I'm using symbols as my bullets. So that's how you use symbols as bullets. Now you can also change the bullet color. You can also change the bullet color, and to do this, select the existing list you want to format. So you have to select the list first. Then on the home tab, click the drop down arrow next to the bullets command. Then go to define new bullet, and from here go to font. Click on that, and then you can change font color. So I can come here and change the font color. So let's say I want a blue symbol. I'll click on that. It will give you a preview over here. Click OK. Give me another preview over here. Click OK. And as you can see, my symbol has changed its color from black to blue. So you can change your symbols or your bullet colors from black to any color that you want to work with. Word offers a variety of page layout and formatting options that affect how content appears on the page. Now you can customize the page orientation, paper size and page margin, depending on how you want your document to appear. So let's look at page orientation. Now, Word offers two page orientation options, that is landscape and portrait. Landscape means the page is oriented horizontally, while portrait means the page is oriented vertically. Now let's look at how to change page orientation. Select the Layout tab, then on the Page Setup group, click on the Orientation command, then choose the orientation that you want. So currently it's on Portrait, then if you want you can change it to Landscape, and it will change its orientation to Landscape. Take it back to Portrait, and that's how it will look like. Now let's look at page size. Depending on your project, you may need to adjust your document's page size. Now to do this, under the Layout tab, on the Page Setup group, click on Size. And from here you can choose any size that you want. You can work with an A3, you can work with an A4, you can also work with an A5, just like that. Now you can also change page margins. Now a margin is the space between the text and the edge of your document, and you can format page margins in your PC. To do this, select the Layout tab again. So under Layout, click on Margins, and from here choose the margin that you want to work with. So I can choose moderate. So first I'll take this back to the portrait, then the size my original document. Then under margins I can choose what I want to work with, and you can see it changes the size. The margin size, I can do mirrored, I can do office, and you can see the changes that have been made. So I'll put mine back to normal, and that's how you change margin size in your documents. Now once you've created your document, you may want to print it to view and share your work offline. Now it's easy to preview and print a document in Word using the print pane. And to access the print pane, select the File tab, and then the Backstage view will appear. Then click on Print, and the print pane will appear. Now to print a document, navigate to the print pane, then select the desired printer from over here. You can select any kind of printer you want. You can add a printer if you want. So select, then enter the number of copies you want. You can, if you have 1, 2, 3, you can do that from here. Then if you have any other additional settings you'd like to change, you can change them from over here. Then click on Print, and it will print your document. Now sometimes you may find it necessary to print your entire document, in which case custom printing may be more suited for your needs. Now whether you're printing several individual pages or a range of pages, Word allows you to specify exactly which pages you'd like to print. Now to custom print a document, navigate to the print pane. So this is the print pane. Then in the pages field over here, enter the pages you want to print. So let's say you want to print page 1, then separate the numbers using a comma. Page 3, then page 5, then page 7. You can enter any numbers that you want, any page numbers that you want to print, and print multiple pages at once. Then click on the print icon and it will print out your document. When you're working on a multi-page document, there may be times when you want to have more control over how exactly the text flows. Breaks can be helpful in such cases, and there are many types of breaks to choose from depending on what you need, including page breaks, section breaks, and column breaks. So let's look at how to insert a page break. Place the insertion point where you want to create the page break. So I'll place mine over here. Then go to Insert tab and click Page Break. Click on the Page Break command, and as you can see, the text will be moved to the other page, just like that. And by default, breaks are invisible. So if you want to see the breaks in your document, click the Show and Hide command under Home tab. So under Home tab, this is the Show and Hide command. So if you click on that, it will show you that you've inserted a page break over here. Now you can hide it if you want. So that's how you insert a page break. Now let's look at section breaks. Section breaks create a barrier between different parts of a document, allowing you to format each section independently. For example, you may want one section to have 2 columns without adding columns to the entire document. Now let's look at how to insert a section break. So let's say I want to insert my section break over here. So place the insertion point where you want to create the break, and then on the page layout tab over here, click on breaks command, then click on the drop down arrow. Then from here, choose whichever break you want to use. So I'll use continuous. Now this allows me to edit this document, and then the changes made on one side of the document will affect the others. So let's say I want to add columns to this side of the document. I'll just go to columns, then click on 2. And as you can see, the lower part of the document will be divided into 2 columns, just like that. While the upper part of that document will remain the same. It will remain untouched. So that's how you insert a section break. Now, you can also delete a break if you want to. Now, by default, again, breaks are hidden. And if you want to delete a break, you will first need to show the breaks in your document. So under Home tab, click the Show and Hide command, and then it will show where your page breaks are. So that's one. I have another section break over here. So far, I've inserted only those 2. Now, select or locate the break you want to delete. So let's say I want to delete this, and place your insertion point at the beginning of that break. Then press the delete key, and that break will be deleted just like that. Sometimes the information you include in your document is best displayed in columns. Now, Word can also allow you to adjust your columns by adding column breaks. So let's first look at how to add columns to a document. So select the text that you want to format. I'll select this. Then under Layout tab, select Columns command, then choose the number of columns you want to work with. So I'll choose 2, and as you can see, I have 2 columns in my document. Now, your column choices aren't limited to the drop-down menu that appears. Now, you can come over here and select More Columns. And from here, you can choose the number of columns you want. So maybe let's put it to 5, then click OK. And as you can see, I have 5 columns. But that doesn't look good on my document, so I'll take it back to 2 columns, just like that. Now let's look at how to remove columns. To remove columns formatting, place the insertion point anywhere in the columns. So I can place it anywhere I want. Then click the columns command on the Layout tab over here and select 1 from the drop-down menu, just like that. And I've taken it back to the normal formatting. Now let's look at adding column breaks. So first I'll select just this, and then 2 columns, just like that. Now to add, once you've created columns, the text will automatically flow from one column to the next, just like this. But sometimes though, you may want to control exactly where each column begins. Now you can do this by creating a column break. To add a column break, place the insertion point at the beginning of the text you want to move. So as you can see, my third point has poured over to the next column. So I want to move it to the next column. So I'll place my insertion point at the beginning of that line. Then select the Layout tab, then click the Breaks command. From here, a drop-down menu will appear, just like so. Then select Column from menu. So select Column. And as you can see, it has been moved to the next column. The text will move to the beginning of the column, just like that. Now let's look at how to remove column breaks. By default, breaks are hidden. If you want to show the breaks in your document, click the Show Hide command on the Home tab. So Home tab, then Show Hide commands, and here they are. And they'll show you where the column breaks are. So I have a column break command over here, as you can see. Now, press the delete key to remove the break. Let's say you choose whichever column break you want to delete. Let's say I want to delete this one. Then click the delete key from your keyboard. And by doing so, you've deleted that column break, just like that. Let's look at how to use headers and footers in a document. Now, the header is a section of the document that appears in the top margin, while the footer is a section of the document that appears in the bottom margin. And they contain additional information such as page numbers, dates, and authors' names, and footnotes. Now, to create a header or footer, double-click anywhere on the top or bottom margin of the document. So in my example, I'll double-click at the top, and then it will appear, the header or footer will open, and a design tab will appear on the right side of the ribbon, so you can see it. Then the insertion point will appear in the header, just like mine. Type the desired information. I'll type the author's name. Then once you're finished, click on close header and footer to close. And as you can see, I've created a header in my document. So that's how you create a header or a footer. Now you can also insert a preset header or footer. So then again, select the insert tab. So let's undo this and look at how you can insert a preset header or footer. So I'll undo this. Now select the insert tab. Then go to the header or footer command. So I'll click on header, then choose the header that I want to work with. I'll choose this one. As you can see, it's a preset header. Now I can type in whatever I want. The title will be, let's call it computer. Then once you're done, you can click the close header and footer command, and the document title will have changed. Now you can also edit your headers or footers if you want. So we have the design tab options. Now if you click on your header, we have these options over here, and you can use them to modify your header or your footer. Now you can insert the date or time into a header or footer by clicking on the date and time option. Then coming here and choosing the format that you want to work with. So I'll go back. So come to date and time. So place the cursor point wherever you want your date and time to appear. Then click on the date and time command. Choose the desired format. Then click OK. And if you want your date to update automatically, like whenever you open that document, you want it to update, you can check this box. Then click OK. And then your date and time will be entered at the top of the header. So that's how you enter date and time into a header or a footer if you wish to put your date in a footer. Now let's look at page numbering. Now page numbers can be used to automatically number each page in your document. To add page numbers on the Insert tab, click the page number command. Then you can choose whether you want it to be at the top of the page, bottom of the page, or at the page margins. So I'll select top of the page, then choose option number 2. And then once you're done or satisfied, click the close and header footer command. And as you can see, all your pages will be numbered in your document. Now, you can also insert a page number to an existing header or footer. Now, if you have a header or footer, just double click on it. Then under the design tab, come to page number command, then current position. Now, this option allows you to add a page number to an existing header. Then you can come and choose whatever numbering you want, and then it won't affect your header. So then once you're done, click close header and footer, and then the changes will be applied. Then you can also restart numbering your pages. Now let's say this is page number 1, page number 2, and we have page number 3. But I want this fourth page to start at page number 1. Now what allows you to do that? So all you have to do is select the layout tab. Now first you go to the page that you want to restart numbering. Then place the insertion point at the top of the page. But if the page has letters or has text, place the insertion point at the beginning of the text. So mine has text, so I'll place mine at the beginning of the text. Then select the layout tab, select breaks, then choose next page. Now a section break will be added to the document. Now double click the header or footer containing the page number you want to restart. So I'll double click on that. Then click the page number command in the menu that appears. Now this is the drop down menu that will appear. Then click on format page numbers. Now this dialog box will appear, and at start at, you can start at 1, 0, 1, 2, whichever number you want. So I'll put mine at 1, then click OK. And that number will start at 1. Then close the header or footer, and as you can see, this page will start from 1. Now if you go back from the beginning, these will keep the numbers, the original numbers. So this was page number 1, page number 2, page number 3. But now my fourth page will start with page number 1, with number 1 and 2 and so on. So that's how you restart page numbering in Word. Now you can also hide the number of the first page in your document. Let's say I want to hide this number and I want the numbering to start from the second page. Just double click on this. Then under Design tab, click on the different first page. And once you do that, the number will disappear from the first page and your numbering will start from the second page. Then click Close Header and Footer, and as you can see, my first page doesn't have any number, but the numbering continues from the second page and so on. Adding pictures to your document can be a great way to illustrate important information and add decorative accent to existing text. To insert a picture from a file, first place the insertion point where you want the image to appear. I'll place mine over here. Then select the Insert tab on the ribbon. Then click the Pictures command. Then this will pop up, and from here navigate to the folder where your image is located. So mine is over here. Then select the image, click Insert, and the image will appear in your document. Now to resize an image, click and drag one of these corners, the corner sizing handles over here, and you can make it smaller, larger if you want to. You can resize it just like that. And if you want to stretch it horizontally or vertically, you can use the side sizing handles, these ones. So you can stretch it this way or this way, just how you want it. So that's how you add, and that's how you insert a picture in your document. Now when you insert a picture from a file, you'll notice that it's difficult to move it exactly where you want. I can't move it anywhere at all actually. I can only resize it, but you can't move it. Now this is because the text wrapping for the image is set to inline with text. Now to wrap text around an image, select the image you want. So this is the image that I want to wrap text around. Then the Format tab will appear, and here it is. So this is the Format tab. Click the Wrap Text command. Then from here choose, now for me I'll choose in front of text, and my image will appear in front of text, and now I'm able to move it around. So I wanted to place it over here, I can place it here, here, or anywhere in the document. Anywhere that I want to, I can place it down here, then resize it, make it larger, smaller, but it makes moving the image very easy. Now all you have to do is go to wrap text, then change the format. Originally it's in line with text, but you can use in front of text or behind text, and then you'll be able to move your image to any place, any part in your document. Now, once you've added an image to your document, you may want to format it. Now, there are many ways to format pictures in Word. So let's first look at how to crop an image. Now, select the image that you want to crop. So this is the image I want to crop. Then the Format tab will appear. Here it is. That is the Format tab. Then click on crop command, and then these crop handles will appear. Now you can crop out any part of that image that you don't want. So I'll crop mine out a little bit, just like that. And then once you're done, click the crop command again, and the selection will be cut. Just like that, the image will be cropped. Now you can also crop an image to a shape. So select the image you want to crop, then click on it. Then on the Format tab, so the Format tab will appear once you've selected the image, just like that. Hover, click the crop command, then the drop down arrow, choose crop to shape. Now you can choose whatever shape you want to crop your image to. So let's work with an oval. And as you can see, my image will be turned into an oval. It will be cropped into an oval, just like that. Now you can also add a border to a picture. It's very easy to add a border to a picture. Now, under the Format tab again, click the Picture Border command. Now that's over here. Then you can choose the color that you want. You can choose the weight of the border. And you can choose whether you want it to be in dashes, just like this. So let's choose, I'll go with this. Then come back and choose a different color, like that. And that's how you add a border to a picture, just like that. Then we have some options over here. We have corrections. This command, you can use it to sharpen or soften the image to adjust how clear or blurry it appears. So you can sharpen or soften for here. Then you can also increase the brightness or contrast of the image. And if you hover over one, you can see the preview on your document, just like that. You can choose whatever you want to work with, click on it, and it will be admitted to your image. Then we have the color command. Using this command, you can adjust the image's saturation, the tone, and you can also recolor your image. So see, if you hover over the options, you can see the preview on your document, and you can choose whichever you want to work with, select it, and then it will admit it into your image. Then we have the artistic effects over here. Now here you can apply special effects to your image, such as pastel, watercolor, or glowing edges. Again, if you just hover on them, you can see the preview on your document. Then select whichever you want, click on it, and your image will change. So I'll select that. Then we have the picture style groups. Now this group contains many different predefined styles that make an image formatting even easier. Now picture styles are designed to frame your image without changing its basic settings or effects. So if I choose this one, you can see it's framing my image. You can choose whichever you want to select it. I think that looks nice. Yeah, and that's how my image will look like. Now, if you plan to email a document that contains pictures, you need to monitor its file size. And large, high-resolution images can cause your document to become very large, which may be very difficult to attach to an email. Now, to compress a picture, select the picture you want to compress. So this is the picture that I want to compress. Then, under the Format tab, click the Compress Pictures command. Then from here, you can choose whether you want to apply only to this picture, and also whether you want to delete cropped areas of pictures when you compress this picture. Now, here you can choose your target output, whether you want it in HD, to print, to take to the web, to email, or use it as it is. Use document resolution. Then once you've made your selection, click OK, and then your image will be compressed. Now you can add a shape to your document to make it more appealing or to deliver a certain message. And to insert a shape in a document, you go to Insert tab, click on the shapes command. Then from here, choose whichever shape you want to use. So I'll choose this banner, then drag it out on your document, and there it is. Then you can also resize the shape. If you want it to be a bit smaller, you can shrink it down, you can enlargen it. You can resize it using these sizing handles at the corners, at the edges, just like that. And you can also add more than one shape. So I'll add another shape and then insert tab, shapes, then I'll choose heart, then drag it out on your document, just like that. Then you can resize it again if you want it to be smaller, larger, whichever way you want it to be. You can resize it using these sizing handles, just like that. Now let's look at how to change the order of shapes. Now you notice the heart comes before the banner, but I want this heart to go behind the banner. So just select the heart, the shape that you want, then right click on it. We have two options. You have bring to front, that is if you want to bring an image or that shape and a shape to the front, and if you want to send it to back, there's the send to back command. So click on send to back, and then the heart shape will go behind the banner, as you can see. Now if you want to do that again, just right click on it, then choose the send to back, and that shape will go to the back of the other image, or the other shape, that is. So I want to bring it to the front, so that's what I'll do, and that's how you change the ordering of an image. Now you can also change the shape style. So if you select on the shape, I've selected the banner, then under format tab we have the shape styles over here. Click the more command, then we have different shape styles to choose from here. I click on that one, that's the one we originally had. I have this one, there are many, there's this one. You can do whatever you want with those shapes. And also you can change the shape fill color. Again, select the shape that you want to change fill color. I'll select the heart. Then under the shape fill command, click on the drop down arrow, then choose the color that you want. And if the colors that you want are not here, you can click on more fill colors, then come here and choose whichever color you want. I want something like a light pink. Click on that, and that's how you change the shape fill color. Now you can also change the shape outline. So I'll click on the banner, then the shapes outline command, click on the drop down arrow, then change the color of the shape outline. You can change the weight of the shape outline from here. So this is the one I want to create, then weight. You can choose whichever one you want. Then work with that. Now you can see we've just increased the weight of the outline in our heart image, in our heart shape. You can choose whether you want it to be in dashes. That you can actually do whatever you want. Change the color. You can actually choose to work without an outline. And then there we have it. That's how you change the shape outline. And now you can also add shape effects. So if I choose the banner, then go to the shape effects command, click on the drop down arrow. Then we have presets over here. You can hover on each one of them, and then you'll see the preview, the changes. Like you can see what that has done to this. There are more. You can add shadows, inner shadow, and outer shadow. You can add a glow, just like that. Now that's how you change shape effects. And now you can change one shape to a different shape. So select the shape that you want to change. I'll select the heart. Then under the format tab, there is edit shape command. Click on the drop down arrow, then hover over the change shape command, then choose whichever shape you want to change to. So let me change it to this one. And as you can see, my heart shape has changed to this star shape, sun-like shape. And that's how you change the shape, the you convert one shape to a different shape. So just select the shape that you want to change, go to Edit Shape command, click the drop down arrow, hover over the Change Shape command, then choose whichever shape you want to change it into. So I can choose this little cloud, then that's how you change the shape. Text boxes can be useful for drawing attention to specific text and can also be helpful when you need to move text around in your document. So let's look at how to insert a text box. Select the Insert tab, then click on the text box command, then choose Draw Text Box. Then come to where you want to draw your text box, then click and drag to draw the text box. Just like that. Then the insertion point will appear inside the text box and you can now type to create text inside the text box. If you want, you can select the text and change the font color. So let's say I type something, let's say I've just typed that. Now you can change the font color, the font size under Home tab from here. You can now change the font size, the font color, and you can modify your text from the Home tab. Then once you're done, click anywhere outside the text box to return to your document. You can also select one of the built-in text boxes that have predefined colors, fonts, positions, and sizes. So again, under Insert tab, then Text Box, then you can choose whichever you want. I can go with a banded sidebar, just like that, and it will automatically appear on your document. But I don't need one, so I'll delete it. And then I'll remain with this one that I drew. Now to move the text box, now click on the text box that you want to move, then hover over the edges and this icon will appear. Then you can move the text box to wherever you want. You can move it around. Again, if you want to resize it, just go come to the edges and then this arrow will appear and then you can resize it. You can modify it however you want using these arrows, like that. So that's how you resize a text box. Now you can change the shape style or you can modify your text box. To do that, select the text box, then go to the Format tab. Here we have the Format tab. Then we have Shape Styles over here. Then these are the shape styles, and then you can choose whichever shape style you want. And there are multiple choices to work with. You can go with that one, whichever you want. And your text box will appear in the desired style. So leave mine like that, and that's how you modify or you change the shape style of your text box. There may be times when your document has multiple objects such as pictures, shapes, or text boxes, and you want to arrange them in a way that you want. So you can do that by aligning, grouping, and rotating them in various ways. So to align two or more objects, just select the object. So hold down the Shift key. So I'll select that one, then hold down the Shift or Control key, then click on the other object, and they are both selected. Then under Format tab, go to the Align command, and from here you can choose whether to align left, to align center, or to align right, like that. Now you can also group objects. Let's say you want to resize them or move all those objects at the same time. Now again, select them by holding down the Control or Shift key. Then under Format tab, click on the group command, then group. Now they will be grouped, so you'll be able to move them together. So I want to move them anywhere, I'll do that to them as a group. You can also resize them, and whatever changes I'll make to these shapes, it will affect both of them since they have been grouped. Now to ungroup, just select the shapes again, then under Format tab, go to Group command, then select Ungroup. And as you can see, the shapes have been ungrouped, and now you can resize them or modify them individually. Do whatever you want. Now you can also rotate or flip an object, and to do that, select the object, then under Format tab, come to the Rotate command, and from here you can choose to rotate at right 90 degrees, like that. So if I move this down here a little bit, so you can also rotate left 90 degrees. You can rotate it however you want. You can flip vertical, horizontal. You can do whatever you want to this shape or object or whatever you're working with in Word. Now let's look at working with a chart in Word. Now, a chart is a tool that you can use to communicate information graphically. And to insert a chart, place the insertion point where you want the chart to appear. So I'll place mine over here. Then navigate to the Insert tab and click the chart command, this one. Then a dialog box will appear, like that is the one I have over here. To view your options, choose a chart type from the left pane, then browse the charts on the right. So if you want a column chart, you can choose it from the left pane, then look at the options you have from the right. If you want a line chart, pie chart, bar chart, you can choose whichever you want, then choose the desired format you want from over here. So I'll go with column, then I'll go with the first choice, then click OK. Then a chart and spreadsheet window will appear. Now the text in the spreadsheet is merely a placeholder that you'll need to replace with your own source data. Now you can enter your source data into the spreadsheet or whatever you want to add there. And then once you're done, you can close it. You can click on this icon to close it. Then you can also drag on this to add more info or to reduce it. So you can manipulate it however you want. So I'll make mine smaller, but you can enlargen it or you can make it a bit smaller if you want to. So you can add more data from here and you can reduce depending on which data or what kind of data you're using. Then once you're done, click on this to close that spreadsheet window. Then your chart will appear on your document. The chart will be complete. And if you want to edit your chart again, maybe you want to add some more data or reduce, click select the chart, then under Design tab, click Edit Data command, and the spreadsheet will appear again. And then from here you can make your changes and then close it, and the chart will be completed once again. Now you can also create a chart with existing Excel data. Now if you already have data in an existing Excel file that you like to use in Word, you can copy and paste it instead of entering it by hand. So just open the spreadsheet in Excel, copy the data, then paste it as the source data in Word. Now let's look at modifying charts in Word with chart tools. Now one, you can switch row and column data. To do that, select the chart, then under Design tab, click Edit Data command, then reselect the chart again. So click on the chart again to reselect it, then click the switch row column command. Okay, so let me redo that. Reselect the chart, click on the Edit Data command, then reselect the chart again, then click on the switch row column command, and it will switch your row and column data. And once you're done, click on this to close, and then you've made your changes. Now you can also change the chart type. You can also change the chart types. Let's say if you find that your chosen chart type isn't suited to your data, you can change it to a different one. Now to do this, select the chart you want to change. So I'll work with this. Then under Design tab, click the Change Chart Type command. Now from here you can choose the other chart type that you want. So I'll go for a line chart. Then click OK. And as you can see now, a new chart type will be applied. You can also change the chart layout. So again, select the chart. So mine is already selected. Then under Design tab, click the Quick Layout command over here. Then you can choose from these options over here how you want your chart to look like. You can choose any one that you want. So I'll go with this one, and the chart will update to reflect the new layout. Now you can also change the chart style. So again, select this chart that you want to modify. Then under design tab, we have this group known as chart styles, called chart style. Then click on the more drop down arrow over here. Then select the chart style that you want, whichever. Then just click on it. If you hover over them, if you hover over them, they'll give you a preview of how it will look like. Then you can choose the one that you want to work with, and the chart style will be applied. Now for even faster customization, use the formatting shortcuts to the right of your chart, these ones over here. So like this one will help you change the layout options. This one will help you change the chart elements. This one will work on the chart styles, while this one works on the chart filters. So it makes customizing it very easy. Now let's look at applying and modifying styles. A style is a predefined combination of font style, color, and size that can be applied to any text in your document at the same time. So to apply a style on your document, select the text that you want to format or place your cursor at the beginning of the line. So I'll place mine over here. Then in the styles group on the home tab, click on the more icon, then choose the style that you want from over here. And if you hover over them, you will see the previews. So I'll select this one, then the text will appear in the desired style, just like that. Now you can also apply a style set. Now style sets include a combination of title, heading, and paragraph styles. So from the design tab, come to the design tab, then we have the document formatting group over here. Click the more drop down arrow, then choose from this. So let's say go for this one, and as you can see, it's been set, it's been applied to my entire document. Now you can also modify a style. So if we come to home, under home tab, let's say I selected this style, okay? Then I want to modify that style. Just right click on that style, then click on modify. Then from here, you can change the font size, the font type. So I can change it, the font type, I can change the font size, I can make it bold, I can make it in italics, I can do whatever I want to do with it. I can change the font color. So like that, then I click OK. And as you can see, the changes will be made on my document like that. And you can also create a new style. So to create a new style, click the arrow in the bottom right corner of the styles group, then choose create a style. Now from here you can give it a name. So I'll just call it my style, then modify. Now from here you can choose the font that you want. You go with that, the font size, the font color, go with the greenish look. Then you click OK once you've made your changes, and as you can see, my changes have been made. Now the new style that I've created will be applied in your document, and the new style will also appear in the styles group. It is my style. If I open this up, you'll see my style, the style that I just created. Before sharing a document, you'll want to make sure it doesn't include any information you want to keep private. Now, whenever you create or edit a document, certain personal information may be added to the file automatically. For example, information about the document's author, and you can use the document inspector in Word to hide this. So to use document inspector, click the file tab to go to the backstage view. Then from the info pane, click check for issues, then select inspect document from the drop down arrow menu. So select this, click no. I've already saved my changes. Now document inspector will appear. Check or uncheck the boxes depending on the content you want to review, then click inspect. So in my example, I'll leave everything checked, then I'll click inspect. Then after the inspection, the inspection results will show an exclamation mark for any categories where it found potentially sensitive data. So like over here, there's an exclamation mark and the following document information was found, document properties and others. So this is very sensitive for me. So I will click remove all to remove all that. Then once I'm done, I'll click close. So when I'm sharing that file or that data, it won't show those information about my document. Now you can also protect your document. By default, anyone with access to your document will be able to open, copy, and edit its content unless you protect it. Now there are several ways to protect a document depending on your needs. So to protect your document, click the File tab to go to Backstage View. So let's say you're back here again, you will click on File tab, Backstage View again. Then from the info pane, click the Protect Document command, and you'll have this drop-down menu. Now from here, you can choose the option that best suits your needs. So there's markers final, encrypted, a password, restrict editing, restrict access, add editing. You can do whatever you want. So for us, I'll select markers final. Then click OK. Another dialog box will appear. Click OK. And this document has been marked as final to discourage editing. So that's how you restrict access. But marking a document as final will not actually prevent others from editing it because they can just select edit anyway. If you want to prevent people from editing the document, you can use the restrict access option instead. So if I come here down again, I can use this restrict access option and people won't be able to edit your documents. By default, Word documents are saved in the docx file type. However, there may be times when you need to use another file type, such as a PDF or Word 97 2003. It's easy to export your document from Word to a variety of file types. So let's say you want to export this file as a PDF. Now to do this, go to the File tab, then click on Export. Select the Create PDF/XPS document. Then this will pop up. Now choose the location where you want to save your PDF. I'll choose mine as desktop. Give it a name. Name date fruit number 2. And then it will save itself as a PDF. Save as type PDF, then publish. Now it will save itself as a PDF. And this is very useful if you're sharing a document with someone who does not have Word, since a PDF file will make it possible for recipients to view but not edit the content of your documents. And this is the same if you want to export your document to other file types. Just go to File, click on Export, and change file type. Now you can choose any other file types that you want and then click Save after you've chosen it, and it will be saved into that file type that you've chosen. SmartArt allows you to communicate information with graphics instead of just using text. So let me show how to insert a SmartArt graphic. Now place the insertion point in the document where you want to insert the SmartArt graphic. Then under Insert tab, select the SmartArt command. Then choose the category from the left, make a selection on the right, then click OK. And it will be added to your document. Now to add text to a SmartArt graphic, select the SmartArt graphic, then the text pane should appear on the left side. Then enter text next to each bullet. So I can start entering text from here, and here. Just enter any text, and then that's how you add text to a SmartArt graphic. Now you can add a new shape, so just place the insertion point after the desired bullet. So like I'm in the last shape, then click enter and a new shape will be added. If I click enter again, a new shape will be added. And to remove a shape, keep pressing the backspace until the bullet is deleted. So if I click on the backspace, I'll remove a shape. Backspace again, and that shape is removed. let's look at organizing smart art from the design tab. Now, once you've inserted a smart art, it will come with the design tab and the format tab. Now, under design tab, you can promote and demote a shape. That is, use the commands to move a shape up or down between levels. So like John here, if I click on demote, I've moved it down a level. If I click on promote, I've moved it up level. I can also use the move up and down commands to change the order of shapes on the same level. So if I click on move up, as you can see, John moves from the third position to the first position, and if I click on move down again, it will go back to its original place. And you can also add shape. So here is the command add shape. This command, if you click on it, the drop down arrow, you can choose whether to add the shape after or before shape. So if I click on before, a new shape will be added before that shape, before John, the shape with the text John. And if I select that shape again, this one, then click on add shape after, a new shape will be added after that shape, that selected shape. So let's look at customizing smart art. After inserting smart art, there are several things you might want to change about its appearance. So let's look at how to edit the style and layout of a smart art graphic. So you can select the smart art graphic, then choose your desired style from the smart art styles group. So from here, you can choose whichever style you want to work with. So I'll select this one, and then it will be applied. Now you also have a variety of color schemes to use with smart art. To change colors, just click the change colors command, then choose whichever one you want to work with. As you can see the previews, so I'll choose the colorful one and leave it like that. And you can also customize each shape independently. So just select any shape in the graphic. So I'll select the first shape, then under format tab, come here under shape effects, and then choose whichever effects you want to apply on that text. So let's choose that. As you can see, I've only applied that effect to that shape. So I'll select it again under format tab, shape effects. Let's look at reflection, shadow. So if I select that, as you can see, it's been only applied to that shape only. Now you can also change the smart art layout. So if you don't like the way your information is organized within a smart art, you can always change its layout to better fit your content. So from the design tab, click the more drop down arrow in the layout group. So from the design tab, layout group, more drop down arrow, then select whichever layout you want. I'll go with this one. This one looks funny. You can choose whichever one you want to. So I'll select that one, and as you can see, it's changed the layout. So the selected layout will appear, and if the new layout is too different from the original, some of your text may not appear. So before deciding on a new layout, check carefully to make sure no important information will be lost. But for me, it maintained the info, and that's okay. Mail merge is a useful tool that allows you to produce multiple letters, lists, database, or spreadsheets at once. Now, when performing a mail merge, you'll need a Word document. So you can start with an existing one like I do have, or create a new one, and then have a recipient list, which is typically an Excel workbook. So I'll take you through how to perform a mail merge step by step. Now, to use mail merge, open an existing Word document or create a new one, whichever you prefer. So I have an existing Word document. Then from the mailing tabs, click on the Start Mail Merge command. Then from the drop-down menu, select Step-by-Step Mail Merge Wizard. Now the mail merge will appear over here, it is, and guide you through the 6 main steps to complete a merge. Now step number 1, from the mail merge pane, select the document, the type of document you want to create. So in my example, I'll work with the letter. So select letter, then click on next starting document, and it will take you to step 2. Now in step 2, select the use the current document. So from here you can use the current document, start from a template or start from existing document. So I'll use the current document, then click next, select recipients to move to step 3. Now you'll need an address list, so Word can automatically place each address into the document. Now the list can be in an existing file such as an Excel workbook, or you can type a new address list from within the mail merge wizard. So I'll come to type a new list since I don't have one, then click on create. Then from here I'll create my new recipient info. So my title is MS Wide. First name of giver Peter, last name Joe. I'll go to new entry, same title but different person. Maybe let's see, Jerry. So okay, let me add another one, just the last one, same title, then and then once I'm done, I'll click on OK, give it a file name. I'll name it MS Word again, then click on save. Then here it is, then I'll click on OK, then click on next, write your letter to move to the 4th step. Now you're ready to write your letter. When it's printed, each copy of the letter will basically be the same, only the recipient data such as the name and address will be different, and you'll need to add a placeholder for the recipient data so MailMerge knows exactly where to add the data. So if you want to insert recipient data, place the insertion point in the document where you want the information to appear. So I'll place mine here, then choose one from here. So you can choose an electronic postage, more items, there are more items, an address block, and a greeting line. So I'll add an address block, then choose a format. I'll choose this one, then click on OK. Then add a greeting line, then click on OK. You can select which format you want, then click on OK, and then it will be added. Then once you're done inserting that, you can click on next, preview your letters to go to step 5. Now preview the letters to make sure your information from the recipient list appears correctly in the letter, and you can use the left and right scroll arrows which are over here to see that. You can see I had 3 recipients, and anytime I click on this, it will show me how that information will appear. And once you're satisfied with that, you click next, complete the merge to move to step 6. So we've moved now to step 6. Now click print to print the letters. Now from here, you can select whether you want to print all of the letters, the current document, or only one of the letters. So I'll select click all, print all records, then click OK. Then the print pane will appear, and then from here I can change the settings, adjust the print settings if needed, then click OK. So here is where I'll do the adjustments. Then once I'm done, I'll click OK, and then the letters will be printed with individual addresses to the people I've addressed them to. So I'll have one letter for Mary and Jerry, one for Peter, one for Anne Daniel. MailMerge is a useful tool that allows you to produce multiple letters, lists, database, or spreadsheets at once. Now, when performing a mail merge, you'll need a Word document. So you can start with an existing one like I do have, or create a new one, and then have a recipient list, which is typically an Excel workbook. So I'll take you through how to perform a mail merge step by step. Now, to use mail merge, open an existing Word document or create a new one, whichever you prefer. So I have an existing Word document. Then from the mailing tabs, click on the Start Mail Merge command. Then from the drop-down menu, select Step-by-Step Mail Merge Wizard. Now the mail merge will appear over here, it is, and guide you through the 6 main steps to complete a merge. Now step number 1, from the mail merge pane, select the document, the type of document you want to create. So in my example, I'll work with the letter. So select letter, then click on next starting document, and it will take you to step 2. Now in step 2, select the use the current document. So from here you can use the current document, start from a template or start from existing document. So I'll use the current document, then click next, select recipients to move to step 3. Now you'll need an address list, so Word can automatically place each address into the document. Now the list can be in an existing file such as an Excel workbook, or you can type a new address list from within the mail merge wizard. So I'll come to type a new list since I don't have one, then click on create. Then from here I'll create my new recipient info. So my title is MS Wide. First name of giver Peter, last name Joe. I'll go to new entry, same title but different person. Maybe let's see, Jerry. So okay, let me add another one, just the last one, same title, then and then once I'm done, I'll click on OK, give it a file name. I'll name it MS Word again, then click on save. Then here it is, then I'll click on OK, then click on next, write your letter to move to the 4th step. Now you're ready to write your letter. When it's printed, each copy of the letter will basically be the same, only the recipient data such as the name and address will be different, and you'll need to add a placeholder for the recipient data so MailMerge knows exactly where to add the data. So if you want to insert recipient data, place the insertion point in the document where you want the information to appear. So I'll place mine here, then choose one from here. So you can choose an electronic postage, more items, there are more items, an address block, and a greeting line. So I'll add an address block, then choose a format. I'll choose this one, then click on OK. Then add a greeting line. Then click on OK. You can select which format you want. Then click on OK, and then it will be added. Then once you're done inserting that, you can click on next, preview your letters to go to step 5. Now preview the letters to make sure your information from the recipient list appears correctly in the letter, and you can use the left and right scroll arrows which are over here to see that. You can see I had 3 recipients, and anytime I click on this, it will show me how that information will appear. And once you're satisfied with that, you click next, complete the merge to move to step 6. So we've moved now to step 6. Now click print to print the letters. Now from here, you can select whether you want to print all of the letters, the current document, or only one of the letters. So I'll select click all, print all records, then click OK. Then the print pane will appear, and then from here I can change the settings, adjust the print settings if needed, then click OK. So here is where I'll do the adjustments. Then once I'm done, I'll click OK, and then the letters will be printed with individual addresses to the people I've addressed them to. So I'll have one letter for Mary and Jerry, one for Peter, one for Anne Daniel. Word's Format Painter is a great time saver. It lets you copy text formatting and then apply it to other sections of text. Now to do this, select the text with the formatting that you want to copy. So this is the text that I want. Then click the Format Painter command under Home tab. Then go to the new text and just paint over it. And the new text will be formatted like the other one. Here is a quick word tip on how to clear all formatting. Now, clear all formatting command allows you to remove text formatting like font, size, and color to return text to its default style. Now, to do this, select the text with the formatting that you want. Then click on the clear formatting command under Home tab, and it will return to its default style. Here are some basic shortcuts for text formatting. Now, if you want to make your text bold, just select it, then press Ctrl B. If you want to italicize your text, select the text. So I'll select this text from here, then press Ctrl I, and your text will be italicized. And if you want to underline your text again, just select the text, then press Ctrl U. If you want to undo any of these commands, you can still select text again. Then now I want to remove the underline, so I'll press Ctrl U. If you want to remove the italics, it's Ctrl I, and for the bold, it's Ctrl B. Here's a quick shortcut on how to insert screenshot or screen clipping to your document. Now navigate to the Insert tab, then click on the Screenshot command, and it will show you all the available windows open, and then you can select the one that you want to add to your document. So I'll select this, and it will insert a screenshot of that page in my document. You can also choose to insert a certain area of that screenshot. So what I'll do is I'll come back to the Insert tab, then under Screenshot command, select Screen Clipping. Then I'll clip out the part that I want to include in my document. So I'll clip that out. And now I have a screen clipping of that page in my document. Here's a quick wide tip on how to insert numbers or bullets in your lists. Now instead of going navigating over here to get those commands, you can just type in an asterisk, then press the space bar, and it will insert a bullet. Now you can start typing from there, and as you go on typing, Word will automatically bullet your lists. Now if you want to insert numbers, it's the same thing. Just type in a number, then followed by a period, then press the space bar. Now continue typing, and as you go on, Word will automatically number your list. After closing and reopening a long document, searching for the place where you left off can be annoying. Now with a simple keyboard shortcut, you can return to the exact spot of your last edit. Just press Shift F5, and then it will take you to where you made the last edit. Now for me, this is where I made the last edit. Then you can continue editing. In this video, I'm going to show you a step-by-step tutorial on how to make a post-it in MS Word. And by the end of this video, we'll have something looking similar to this. Now let's get started. So first you'll go to File tab, then select New, and click on Blank Document. Now the first thing when you're creating a poster is that you want to customize the size. You want to change the size. So you'll come to the Layout page, then under Size, you can select from these options that you have over here, or you can click on More Paper Sizes and customize your own. So I'll customize mine and work with 26 centimeters 0.4 on both the width and the height. And once you're done, click OK, and you'll see that your blank document will change its size dimensions. Then from here, I want to insert the background that I want to work with. So I'll come to the Insert tab and click on Pictures. There, I had downloaded the pictures from online, so I'll just select them, then click Insert. And here they are. Now, once you insert an image, it's hard to move it around in your document. So what you do is you click on this icon over here, then you choose a layout option, then click on Fix Position on Page. Now this will make it easier for you to move the image around and to resize it as much as you want. So I'll make mine a bit larger, and that looks good. Now I'll add the other picture that I want to work with. Again, the Insert tab, Pictures, then go to where that picture is. So this one is on the desktop, and here it is. Then click Insert. Now again, you click on this icon so that you can be able to move the image around. Click on a layout option, then select Fix Position on Page. Now this will make it easier for me to move this image around. Now another thing that I want to do with this image is to remove the background. So I'll select the Remove Background command, and then it will make a selection for me, and the magenta part will be deleted from this image. So I'll add to that selection, and as you can see now it has deselected the face. Now to undo this, just select the mark areas to keep, then select the areas that you want to keep in your image. So definitely I want to keep the face and the hair, something like that. Now this looks better. Then once you've made the selection, click Keep Changes. Now here you have my image without the background. You can resize it if you want, then position it where you want it. So I'll have mine over here. Now once that is done, I want to add a shape here. I want to work with the shape. So I'll come to the Insert tab, then click on the Shapes command, select the shape that I want to work with. So I want to work with a pentagon. Then I'll draw that out. Then I'll resize it. You can get as creative as you want with this. So that looks perfect for me. I'll make some adjustments to this side. Yeah, now that's perfect. Now I want to add another background to this shape. I don't want to work with the blue. I want to add another background. Now if you want to add an image to a shape, you come to the Shape Fill command, then select the Picture command. Now I want to work offline since I've already downloaded that image. Come to my downloads and select that image, click Insert. And as you can see, it will be inserted in your shape. Now from here, I want to add a goldish outline at the edge. So I'll click on the shape outline, select the color. This is the color that I want to go with. Then I want to add a little weight to it to make it a bit thick. So I'll work with that, and there it is. It looks wonderful. Now I want to add text to this shape. So what you do is you come to the Insert tab and select Text Box, then click on Draw Text Box. Then you'll drag out on the area where you want to make your writings. Now this text box will come with its own fill and outline, but I want to work with the background image. So I'll just select Shape Fill, then say I don't want a fill, and go to Shape Outline and say I don't want to work with an outline. So I'll select No Outline. Now it will be left like that. Now I have already written some of the things that I'll use on this image. Now I'm making a Christmas card, so I'll just copy that and paste it over here. Now then you can format your text. Come to the home tab, you can make the text larger like that. Change the font, so I'll make it a bit larger. Then move this up a little bit. I want to make this text a bit bold, so click on the bold command and there we have it. Now you can still continue typing in this text box if you want, but I find it easier to work with different text box because it makes it easier to position and align your work as you want. So I'll just come here under the insert tab and add another text box. So draw text box, come and drag it out over here. Again, I'll remove the shape fill, so no fill. I'll remove the shape outline, so no outline. Then again, I had some text over here on my notepad, so you click that, you copy, I'll minimize that, then you come here and you paste it. Again, you want to format your text, so I'll come to the home tab, increase the size, change the font, so I'll just undo that. Make this a little bit smaller. Perfect. Now as you can see, it's easy for me to position this wherever I want without disrupting this. So I'll position it over here, and there we have it. Make this a little bit larger. Perfect. Now you can go on and add more text here if you want, like maybe Merry Christmas wishes, message to your loved ones, or whatever you want, or maybe it's an event. You can write your wordings over here. So all you have to do is come on to the insert tab, text box, draw text box, drag this out over here, then type whatever you want. But first you'll have to remove the fill and the shape outline. So I'll just use a shortcut to type in some words, that is equals rand, then opening and closing parentheses, then click enter. And that's how you create a poster in MS Word. Now you can create a birthday card, a gift card, a Halloween card, whichever card you want using Word, and it's real simple, it's real fast. You can customize this with your own colors if you want, your own background, your own images, and it's a fun thing, and it's very, very simple. PowerPoint is a presentation program that allows you to create dynamic slide presentations. Now, these presentations can include animations, narrations, images, videos, and much more. In this lesson, you'll learn your way around the PowerPoint interface, including the ribbon, quick access toolbar, and backstage view. Now let's open PowerPoint program. So go to your search bar and type PowerPoint. Then click on it to open. And when you open PowerPoint for the first time, the start screen will appear. From here, you'll be able to create a new presentation, choose a template, and access your recently edited presentations. So from the start screen, locate and select blank presentations to access the PowerPoint interface. So this is the PowerPoint interface. And we'll start with the ribbon. Now over here, this is the ribbon. Now the ribbon contains multiple tabs, each with several groups of commands. Now we have Insert tab, Design tab, Transitions, and so on. And each of these tabs have their own groups of command. We have the font group, the paragraph group, drawing group, and our home tab. Then some groups also have a small arrow in the bottom right corner that you can click for even more options, like this one. Then you can select whatever you want, and once you're done, you close that. So these little icons offer more options in PowerPoint. Now, if you feel like the ribbon is taking up too much space on your screen, you can choose to hide or minimize it. Click the ribbon display option arrow in the upper right corner of the ribbon display to display this drop-down menu. Now over here we have three options. We have the auto hide ribbon, the show tabs, and the show tabs command. So if you choose this first one, auto hide ribbon, it displays your workbook in full screen mode and completely hides the ribbon. So to show the ribbon, click the expand icon over here and the ribbon will pop up right up. Then the second option we have is show tabs. Now this option hides all command groups when they're not in use, but tabs will remain visible, just like I have over here. To show the ribbon, simply click a tab. So I'll click on any tab and the ribbon will come back right up. Then the third option we have is show tabs and commands. Now this option maximizes the ribbon. All of the tabs and commands will be visible. Then just know that this option is selected by default when you open PowerPoint for the first time. Now let's look at the tell me what you want to do feature. We call it the tell me feature. Now if you're having trouble finding the command you want, the tell me feature can help. It works just like a regular search bar. You just type whatever you're looking for. So let's type a command like align. Then the commands will come up over here. A list of options will appear and you can use the command directly from the menu without having to find it on the ribbon. Now that's the tell me feature. Then we have the quick access toolbar. Now the quick access toolbar lets you access common commands no matter which tab is selected, and by default it includes the save, undo, and redo plus start from beginning command. Now you can add other commands depending on your preference. So to add commands to the quick access toolbar, click the drop down arrow, this one. Then from here choose whichever command you want to add. You can add the email command or the spelling command. Let's add that, and as you can see it will be added to the quick access toolbar. Then PowerPoint includes several tools to help organize and arrange content on your slides. These include the ruler, the guides, and the grid lines. Now these tools make it easier to align objects on your slides. Simply click the checkboxes in the show group on the view tab to show and hide these tools. So currently you can see my rulers. If you go under view tab, we have these three over here: the ruler, the grid lines, and the guides. So you can choose to turn them on like that, and they'll guide you as you create your presentation. And you can also choose to hide them by just unchecking those boxes, and that's how you hide those options, those commands, those rulers, the guides, and the grid lines. Then over here we have the 4 view options. Now PowerPoint has a variety of viewing options that change how your presentation is displayed. You can choose to view your presentation in a normal view, which is selected by default, slide sorter view, we have the reading view, and or the last one is the slideshow view. Then once you're done, you can click escape and it will take you back. You can select now the normal view, which is selected by default. Then we have the zoom controls over here. So you can zoom in or zoom out by clicking and dragging the zoom control slider to the right or to the left. You can also use these plus and minus icons to zoom out and to zoom in. And the number next to the slider, this one, displays the current zoom percentage, and it's also called the zoom level. Now mine is at 70% currently. Lastly, we'll look at Backstage View. Now, Backstage View gives you various options for saving, opening, printing, and sharing your presentations. So to access Backstage View, click the File tab on the ribbon, and here you're in the Backstage View. Now here are the options. You can open recent documents, you can choose a new template or blank document. There's a save command, you can print, share. There are lots of options over here. Now that you're familiar with the PowerPoint interface, you're ready to create a presentation. PowerPoint files are called presentations. Now, whenever you start a new project in PowerPoint, you'll need to create a new presentation, which can either be blank or from a template. You'll also need to know how to open an existing presentation. To create a new presentation, select the File tab to go to the Backstage view, then click on New. Then from here, you can choose to work with the blank presentation. So select that, and you can start working from a blank presentation from this presentation. Now, to create a new presentation from a template, now a template is a pre-designed presentation you can use to create a new slideshow quickly. Templates often include custom formatting and designs, so they can save you a lot of time and effort when starting a new project. So again, click the File tab to go to the Backstage view, then click on New. Then from here, you can choose from the suggested templates, or you can search one from over here. Then select whichever you want, and it will come with a preview, and you can make your changes from over here. And once you are comfortable with the preview, click on Create, and you can start working from there. Now you can also open an existing presentation. Again, select the File tab to go to the Backstage view. Then from here, click on Open. Choose the presentation you want from the recent presentations from over here and click on it to open. So I can click on this and then it will open, But as if you go back and you don't see the presentation from the recent presentations, you can click on Browse, then locate where it is, click on it, then select Open, and it will be opened up in your program. Now you can also pin a presentation. So if you go to the Backstage view under Open, here we have the recent presentations. Now if you frequently work with the same presentation, you can pin it to the Backstage view for easy access. Just hover the mouse over the presentation, just like this, then click on the push pin icon to pin that presentation. Again, if you want to unpin a presentation, just click on that push pin icon and you've unpinned that presentation. Now you know how to create and open presentations in PowerPoint. Whenever you create a new presentation in PowerPoint, you'll need to know how to save in order to access and edit later. Now, it's important to save your presentation whenever you start a new project or make changes to an existing one. Just locate and select the Save command on the Quick Access toolbar. This one over here, just click on it. Now, if you're saving the file for the first time, the Save As pane will appear in the Backstage view. Now from here, you'll need to choose where to save the file and give it a file name. So click Browse, then give it a file name. I'll name mine Save. Then a location, I'll save it in the desktop. Then click on Save. Now the presentation will be saved and you can click the Save command again now to save your changes as you modify the presentation. You can also access the Save command by pressing Ctrl+S on your keyboard. Now that's a shortcut. Now you can also use Save As command to make a copy. If you want to save a different version of a presentation while keeping the original, you can create a copy. To do this, go back to the Backstage view, then click on Save As. Now browse wherever you want to save that document and give it a different file name. So I'll save this one presentation 2. Then I'll also save it on my desktop, then click save. Now I've saved. If I minimize this, you'll see I have two PowerPoint presentations. The first one, the original one, is save, and the second one is presentation 2. So you can use the save as command to make a copy of the original presentation. Now you know how to save, how the difference between save and save as in presentations in PowerPoint. Now let's look at working with slides. Now we'll first look at how to add, delete, duplicate, copy a slide, and much more. But first, let me show you how to add a new slide. Now there are 3 ways of adding a new slide. The first one is by going to Home tab, then clicking on the new slide command, the top half of it. Now as you can see, I have 2 slides. So if I click over here, I'll add a new slide. I'll add that slide. The other way of adding a slide is by using a shortcut Control M. So I have 3 slides. If I press Control M, I will add a new slide. And the other way is by right clicking between slides. So if I come over here, then I right click in between these 2 slides, then I'll choose this new slide command, and a new slide will be added. But if you've noticed, all these slides have the same layout. Now if you want to change the layout of any slide, just select the slide, then go to the layout command over here, press this drop down arrow, then select the layout that you want. You can select any layout and then it will be applied to your slide. Again, just select the slide, go to the layout command, then select the layout that you want, and then it will be added to your slide. Now let's look at how to copy a slide, how to copy and paste a slide. Now you can use the shortcuts Ctrl C, Ctrl V to copy and paste, and you can also use these commands under Home tab. So I'll copy this slide. So select the slide, click on copy, then go to wherever you want to paste it. Like I'll paste it in between these 2 slides. So I'll select then click on the paste command, and as you can see, I've pasted that slide in between these 2. So that's how you copy and paste. And as remember, you can also use the shortcuts Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Now you can also duplicate a slide. So let's say I want to duplicate this slide again. All I have to do is use the shortcut Ctrl D. If I press Ctrl D, it will duplicate itself. Again, another method, you can just right click on it, then use the duplicate slide command from here, and it will be duplicated. So there are 2 ways of duplicating. You can use the shortcut Ctrl D, or you can right click and select that command from over here. Now let's look at how to rearrange slides. It's very easy. If you want to rearrange your slides, you just have to drag and drop. So select the slide you want to move. I'll select this one, then just hold on it, drag it, and then drop it. Now that's how you rearrange slides. So you just select it, then you drag and drop it where you want it. That's how we rearrange slides. Now another thing, it's how to delete a slide. So let's go to any slides over here. Now in total I have 8 slides, as you can see. So what you can do, one, you can select the slide, then click the delete key on your keyboard, and as you can see, it's been deleted. I had a total of 8 slides, now I have 7. So just select the slide, like I'll select this one, then press the delete key on your keyboard. Again, you can just select the slide, then right click and select delete slide from this menu. So if I select that, I'll be left with a total of 5 slides. Now let's look at how to adjust a placeholder. Now this is a placeholder. Now you can adjust it. One, you can move it around. So if I hover and see this icon, I can move it around and place it where I want to. Let's work with this slide. So I have two placeholders over here. So if I select this one, I can move it up a little bit, move this one down a little bit. So that's how you move a placeholder. Again, you can also resize it. I can make it larger, smaller by using these corners. So I can resize it like this and make it small. I can make it larger. I can do anything I want to it. You can resize it however you want. Then you move it. And then another thing, lastly, I'll show you how to change a background style. Now, by default, the background in your slide is white, but you can change that. Just go to the Design tab, then click on the Format Background command. Then from here, you can choose any kind of fill you want. There's a solid fill, a gradient fill, a pattern fill. You can choose whichever you want. So I'll go for a solid fill. Then over here, I'll choose a color. I'll go for that color. Then you can choose whether you want to apply it to all your slides or to just one. So if I leave it at that, I'll have applied it to only that slide. As you can see, the other slides are still white. But if I come back and click on the apply to all command, all the slide will change color and the background will be green. So that's how you change background color. Now let's look at applying themes to our presentation. A theme is a predefined combination of colors, fonts, and effects. So to apply a theme, just go to the Design tab, then under the Themes group, click the More drop-down arrow, then select the theme that you want to work with. So I'll select this one, and then that theme will be applied to your whole presentation. Now you can change the variants in this theme by going to the Variants group and clicking the More drop-down arrow. Now from here, you can change the colors. So for that one, you can also change the fonts, the effects, and the background styles. So just have fun with customizing your own theme. Next, we'll look at applying transitions, and we do this to give off a certain effect. Just go to the Transitions tab, like I am over here. Then under Transition to this slide group, this one, click the More drop-down arrow. Then from here, you can select the transitions that you want. Now we have the Subtle group, Exacting, and Dynamic content, and by default, it's set to none, as you can see. So for the first slide, I'll select Dissolve, and then it will give me a preview. I'll go to the second slide and choose Vortex, and you can see it will give me a preview. I'll go to the third slide and add another one, Honeycomb, and it gives you a preview. Lastly, I'll add Random Buzz, and that's how you add transitions to a presentation. Now you have preview options. Let's say you're done editing your presentation, but you want to come back to the first slide and have a preview of the transition that you added. You can do that by clicking on the preview command over here, and as you can see, it will give you a preview. Or you can also click on this. Now let's say I'm on the second slide. You can click on the play animations command to get a preview of that transition. Now you can also change the duration of a transition. So currently on slide 2, this transition lasts for 4 seconds, as you can see. And if I play it, you'll see it will take a bit longer. As you can see, it takes up to 4 seconds to finish, but I can reduce that to make it go faster. So let's give it around that. Then if I play it, let's look at the preview. It went super fast. Now I'll take it back to 4 seconds. Like that, and now it will take a bit longer to play the transition again. Now you can also add sound effects to your transitions. All you have to do is come to the sound command, then over here click the drop down arrow and then select from this list over here. So I'll select I'll go to the first slide, come over here and select drum roll. So I'll apply that sound effect to the first slide. So if I play this from the beginning, you can hear it will give that sound effect. Now press escape to leave the slideshow mode and come back to my presentation. And then we have this advanced slide settings under timing group. Now, normally in slideshow view, you will advance to the next slide by clicking your mouse or by pressing the space bar or arrow keys on your keyboard. Now, we have the advanced slide setting in the timing group, which allows the presentation to advance on its own and display each slide for a specific amount of time. So all you have to do is uncheck this box on mouse click and check after. Then from here, I can choose how long I want a slide to stay. Then it moves to the next one. So I'll select 2 seconds, then click on apply to all command. And this will be applied to all the slides. So if I play this from the beginning, it will take it 2 seconds for it to go to the next slide. For it to go to the other side, it also takes 2 seconds. So that's how you use the advanced timing. So I'll click escape to go back. If you're new to PowerPoint, you'll need to learn the basics of working with text. Now in this lesson, you'll learn how to cut, copy, paste, and format text. Now if you have a blank slide like I do, you can start typing from anywhere inside the placeholder. So just click, then start typing. Then once you're done typing, you might want to format your text. Now we have the font group under home tab, and this is where you will format your text. So first select your text, then you can make it bold, you can make it into italics, you can underline it, you can change the font color, you can even make it larger or shrink it if you want, and change the font type. So that's how you format your text in PowerPoint. Now to copy paste, it's easy. Just select the text that you want to copy, then click on the copy command under home tab, or you can use the shortcut Ctrl+C. Then go to wherever you want to paste it. So you can come over here and click on the paste command, and you will have pasted that text. Again, if you want to cut and paste, just select the text that you want to cut by clicking and dragging over it, then clicking on the cut command under home tab, or using the shortcut Ctrl+X. Then go to wherever you want to paste it, then click on the paste command under home tab. So that's how you cut, copy and paste in PowerPoint. Now you might also want to drag and drop to move a certain text. So like I'll select this as an example and then drag it. So once you've selected it, just drag it and drop it wherever you want. And that's how you drag and drop in PowerPoint. Now you know how to cut, copy, paste, and format text in PowerPoint. As you add more slides to a presentation, it can be difficult to keep everything organized. Now, fortunately, PowerPoint offers tools to help you organize and prepare your slideshow. Now we have slide views. Now, PowerPoint includes several different slide views, which are all useful for various tasks. And there are 4 main slide views. As you can see from down here, we have 4. And the first one that we are on right now is the normal view. So this is the default view where you create and edit slides. And you can also move slides in the slide navigation pane on the left. So I can move this and rearrange them. Then we have the slide sorter view. Now in this view, you'll see a thumbnail version of each slide, and you can drag and drop slides to reorder them quickly. So I can drag and drop them anywhere to rearrange them. Then we have the reading view. Now this view fills the PowerPoint window with a preview of your presentation, and it includes easily accessible navigation buttons at the bottom right. So I can move forward and backwards using these two navigation buttons. Then lastly, we have the slideshow view. Now this is the view you'll use to present to an audience, and it will have a menu down here where you can use to navigate through the PowerPoint. And it also includes some cool tools such as the laser pointer, pen, and highlighter. To exit this view, I'll just click on escape, then come back to normal view. I'm back to normal view. And you can add notes to your slide from the notes pane that can help you deliver or prepare for your presentation. And now to add notes, just click the notes command at the bottom of your window, this one, and then click and drag to resize the notes pane. Now from here, you can type anything. You can type whatever you want to be teaching. Like, let's say this is I'm teaching about operating system, so I'll explain it to them. Now everything is in caps, so you just do what you want. You can just add any notes over here. Then once you're done, as you print, you can even print these notes out once you're done. So these notes will come in handy when you are presenting your presentation. Now once you're done, you can click this to hide it, and as you can see, you've hidden the notes pane. Again, you can view the notes pane by going to the view tab and clicking on notes page, and from here you can work on your notes on each slide individually, and you can use this scroller to work on different slides at a time. Then go on and add your notes. Then we have the outline view, which is over here, this outline view. I will select it like that. Now what outline view does, it shows your slide text in outline form. Now this allows you to quickly edit your slide text and view the content of multiple slides at once. You could use this layout to review the organization of your slideshow and prepare to deliver your presentation. Now you can make your edits from over here. So I can make edits from over here, and you can see whatever I'll do from here will affect the slide that I'm on. Then once you're done, to exit this view, just click on the normal view command under view tab, and it will take you back to your normal view. Then we have slide sections. Now if you have a lot of slides, you can organize them into sections to make your presentation easier to navigate. Sections can be collapsed or expanded in the slide navigation pane and named for easy reference. So let me show you how to create slide sections. Just go to Home tab, then select where you want your slide section to begin. So I'll select this one, then click on the section command and choose Add Section. Then it will name itself as Untitled Section. Now I want to rename that, so I'll come back to Section command and click on Rename Section. Then from over here, I can give it whichever name that I want. Then click on Rename, and that section will be renamed as Software. Now I'll come and add another one from over here. Select the slide where you want the section to begin, then click on Section command, click on Add Section. It will name itself as an untitled section. Now you can rename that, just Section command, rename section. Then from over here, rename that, then click on rename. And as you can see, now I have two slide sections, so I can collapse them by clicking on this icon over here and clicking on that. And as you can see now, it looks much less crowded. Yeah, it's easy to navigate from over here. If I want to expand them, I'll just click on this and I'll expand my slides. Now if you want to remove a slide, section, Just select the slide section, then click on the section command and click on remove section, and that section will be removed. Again, you can click on section command and click on remove all sections to remove all sections from your slides. When you're working with longer presentations, it can be difficult and time-consuming to locate a specific word or phrase. PowerPoint can automatically search your presentation using the Find feature, and it allows you to quickly change words or phrases using the Replace feature. Now, to find text from the Home tab, click the Find command, and a dialog box will appear, this one. Now, enter the text you want to find in the Find What field. So I'll type computer, then click Find Next. Now, if the text is found, it will be selected. As you can see, it's been found from, this is the first appearance of that word, and it will be selected, and then you can do whatever you want, make your edits. Then once you're done, click on close, and you're good to go. Now let's look at replacing text. Now at times, you may discover that you've repeatedly made a mistake throughout your presentation, such as misspelling someone's name, or that you need to exchange a particular word or phrase for another. Now here you can use the Replace feature to make quick revisions. Again, from the Home tab, click the Replace command, and then this dialog box will appear. Now, type the text that you want to find in the Find What field. So I'll type operating system. Then type the text you want to replace it with in the Replace with field. So I want to replace it with OS. Then once you're done, click Find Next. Now, if the text is found, it will be selected. Now review the text to make sure you want to replace it. So as you can see, this is my first appearance. So review it to make sure you want to replace it. And if you want to replace it, select one of the replace options. Now, I want to replace, you can either replace it alone, or you can choose to replace all. And replace all will replace every instance. So in my example, I'll just replace. And as you can see, that's how you use the replace command. The selected text will be replaced. Then once you're done, click close, and you're good to go. Now, even though PowerPoint presentations are designed to be viewed on a computer, there may be times when you want to print them. And you can even print custom versions of our presentations, which can be especially helpful when presenting your slideshow. Now, the print pane makes it easy to preview and print your presentations. And to access the print pane, just go to File tab, then click on the print command. Then from here, this is the print pane, and here is where you'll change the settings, and this is the preview that you'll get. Now, here at the top, you can choose the number of copies that you want to print. So by default, it's at 1. You can choose whether you want 2, 3, as many copies as you want, but I'll stick with 1. Then from here is where you select your printer. So if you've attached your printer here, you'll see it, then select it, and you'll directly print on your printer. Now again, you can convert the PowerPoint slide or a PowerPoint presentation to a PDF by clicking on Microsoft Print to PDF. So if I select that, then I click on Print, you see my document will be saved as a PDF. So if I say I'll save it in desktop, then give it a file name. I'll name it File 1, and then save. So it's saving. Now, if I go to my desktop, you will see the PDF file. So if I click on this, I can open it with Word. I can use any other app to open this PDF file, which is over here. So let's go back to our PowerPoint. We're over here, print. Now, again, here there are some settings that you can change. Now, this setting, print all slides, you can choose whether you want to print all slides or some slides. Now, if you click on this drop down arrow, we have print selection, print current slide, or custom range. So if you click on print current slide, it will only print the current slide, and the current slide that I'm on is this one. If you come to custom range, now here you can enter specific slides to print. So if I want to print slide number 1, then separate them with a comma, slide number 3 and slide number 5. Now once I click print, I'll only print only those 3 slides. But if you want to print all the slides, just select print all slides, and all the slides in your presentation will be printed. Then over here we have full page slides. Now this command allows you to print one slide on one page, but you can choose to add 2 slides to one page. And if you give your preview from over here, if I come back again, you can even do 6 slides in one page. You can choose how many slides you want to print in one page. But I'll take mine back to full page slide. Then again, if you've noticed, there are note page. Now if you want to print out the notes that you've been writing as you do your presentation, you can click on notes page. Now your presentation will come over here, your slide, and your notes will appear at the bottom from over here. So then I'll click on full page slides and leave it at that. Then over here you can change the color. Now if you want to print it with color, you can leave it at color. But if you want it to be a grayish, you can click on grayscale and you see the preview. You can also select pure black and white, and then it will be in black and white, and then you can print it out as a black and white document. So I'll take mine back to color. And that's how you edit the settings as you want to print out your presentation. Then once you're done, you click on print and it will be printed out for you. By default, when you type text into a placeholder, a bullet is placed at the beginning of each paragraph. Now this automatically creates a bulleted list. If you want, you can modify a list by choosing a different bullet style or by switching to a numbered list. Now to modify a bullet style, so I'll go here. So as you can see, I have a bullet list over here. So first select the existing list that you want to format. Then under home tab, go to the bullets command and click the drop down arrow. Then from here, select the desired bullet style that you want from this menu. So if I select this one, the bullet style will appear in the list. Again, to modify a numbered list, so I'll come over here, I have a numbered list over here. So select the list. Then under home tab, come to the numbering command, click the drop down arrow, then again select the desired numbering option from the menu that appears, and the numbering style will appear in the list. Now by default, numbered lists count from number 1. However, sometimes you may want to start counting from a different number, like if the list is a continuation of something. So I'll undo this. Now I want this to be a continuation of this. So I want it to be 1, 2, then 3, 4, 5. Now this is what you do. You select the list you want to modify. Then on the home tab, click the bullets command, click the drop down arrow, then select bullets and numbering. Now a dialog box will appear, and in the start at field, enter the desired starting number. So I want to start at 3. Once you're done, click OK, and the list numbering will change. As you can see now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now whether you're using a bulleted or numbered list, you may want to change its appearance by adjusting the size and color of the bullets or numbers. Now this can make your list stand out and match the appearance of your presentation. So I'll select this bulleted list and work with it. So first select the list that you want to modify. Then on the home tab, the bullets command, click the drop down arrow, then go to bullets and numbering. Now a dialog box will appear, this one, and in the size field here you can set the bullet size, so you can increase it if you want. Put mine at 70. Then click the color drop down arrow over here and select a color. So I'll go with a pink. Yes. Then once you're done, click OK, and the list will be updated. Now you can see the new bullet size and color. Now you can customize your bullets by using symbols. Now if you want to use symbols as a bullet, just select the existing list. So I want to use symbols over here instead of bullets. I'll select this list. Then on the home tab, click the bullets drop down arrow. Then go to bullets and numbering. Again, a dialog box will appear, and on the bulleted tab, click customize. Now the symbol dialog box will appear. So from here you can select the symbol that you want, but you can click this drop down over here and select whichever font you want. I'll go with let's see, yeah. You can select whichever font you want, then select the symbol you want to work with. So let's select this one, then click OK. Then click OK again, and as you can see, it will be updated in your list. Adding pictures can make your presentations more interesting and engaging. Now you can insert a picture from a file on your computer onto any slide. Now to insert a picture from a file, select the Insert tab, then click Pictures command, and a dialog box will appear. Now locate and select the desired image file, then click Insert. The picture will appear on the currently selected slide. So here it is, and I will resize it. Now you can also click the Pictures command in a placeholder to insert images. So let's say like I have a new blank slide. So I'll click New over here. So over here we have the Pictures command. Here it is. So you can click on it and insert a picture if I want. Click Insert and it will be inserted in your slide. Now let's look at moving and resizing pictures. Once you've inserted a picture, you might want to move it to a different location on the slide or change its size. Now PowerPoint makes it easy to arrange pictures in your presentation. So first, to select a picture, just simply click on it to select it. So you just click on it and it will be selected. Now to resize a picture, click and drag the corner sizing handles. This one can make it larger or big if you want. So that's how you resize. Now the corner sizing handles will resize a picture while preserving its original aspect ratio. And if you use the side sizing handles, the image will become distorted. Now you'll notice that if I resize using the corner handles, it will maintain its ratio, but if I use the side, it becomes distorted. Now let's look at rotating a picture. Just click and drag the arrow above the image, this one, to rotate it. So you can rotate it to any degree that you want. That's how you rotate an image in PowerPoint. So I'll let it to do that. Now to move a picture, just click and drag to move a picture to a new location. So just click and drag. You can place it anywhere you want in your slide. Now let's look at deleting a picture. If you want to delete a picture, just select the picture you want to delete, then press the backspace or delete key on your keyboard. If you press the delete key, it will be deleted. Let's undo that. Control Z. If I click the backspace key, it will be deleted. Now let's look at inserting screenshots. Now PowerPoint makes it easy to insert a screenshot of an entire window or screen clipping of a part of a window in your presentation. Now to insert screenshots of a window, just go to the Insert tab, then click the screenshot command. Now the available windows from your desktop will appear. Now select the window that you want to capture as a screenshot. So let's say I want to include my File Explorer, so I'll click on it and it will be added. Here it is. As you can see, it's an exact replica of what I have over here. To insert a screen clipping, again go to the Insert tab, then click the screenshot command, and from here select screen clipping. Then you can clip, this will appear, then clip out the part that you want. So I'll clip out this part and it will be inserted. Here it is. So this was the first one and this is the screen clipping. Once you insert a picture in your slide, you may want to format it for a better look. Now PowerPoint allows you to change the picture style, the shape, add a border or crop, and compress your pictures. So first let's look at cropping an image. First select the image that you want to crop. So then go to the Format tab. Then from here, click on the Crop command. Now crop out your image and make sure that your mouse is over the black lines, just to make sure you don't resize. Now you see I'm resizing, I'm not cropping it out. So I want it over the black lines to crop it out, like so. Then once you're done, click the Crop command and your image will be cropped. Now you can also crop an image to a shape. First select the image, then again under Format tab, click the drop down arrow under Crop command, then hover over Crop to Shape command. Then from here select the shape you want to crop the image to. So I'll select this one, and as you can see, the image will appear formatted as the shape, as you can see. Now you can also add a border to an image. So again, select the image that you want to add a border to. Then under Format tab, select this Picture Border command. Then from here you can choose the weight that you want, you can choose the color, and you can choose whether you want it to be in dashes or not. So I'll come to weight and make it a little bit larger, then add a color. So I'll select this color, and as you can see, the border will appear around the image. Let me make that a little bit bigger. Weight, then as you can see, the border will appear around the image. Now we also have these commands under Format tab. These commands: correction, color, and artistic effects. Now there are options offered by PowerPoint to change the way an image appears in your slideshow. So again, you can select an image that you want, then we select this one and click on correction. Now from here you can sharpen or soften the image to adjust how blurry or clear it appears, and you can also adjust the brightness and contrast, which allows you to control the light and dark areas of a picture. So you can choose whichever one you want to make it darker, and I'll leave it like that. Then we have color command. Now from here you can adjust the saturation, the color tone, and you can also recolor if you want to. So I'll just select that. Then lastly we have the artistic effects. Now from here you can add artistic effects such as pastels, watercolors, and glowing edges. Then we have picture styles group, this one. Now this group contains, if I click this, it contains variety of styles that you can apply to your picture, such as frames, borders, and soft edges. So if I select that, you can see it will apply to my picture. Now, if you want to email a presentation that contains pictures, you'll need to monitor its file size. That means you want to make it smaller. Now, you might want to compress the pictures. So to compress a picture, you select the picture, then click on the Format tab. From here, click the Compress Pictures command. Then this dialog box will appear. Now from here, you can check the delete cropped areas of the pictures. So it will delete all the cropped areas of the pictures. And if you want to apply it to only to this picture, make sure you check this box. But if you want to apply it to all the pictures in your presentation, uncheck that box. Then over here you can now choose your target output. I'll select email. Then once you're done, click OK, and it will be compressed for you. All the pictures will be compressed for you. Shapes are a great way to make your presentation more interesting. Now, PowerPoint gives you a lot of different shapes to choose from, and they can be customized to suit your needs using your own color palette, preferences, and much more. To insert a shape, select the Insert tab, then click the Shapes command. Then from the drop-down menu, select the shape that you want to insert. So I'll select this and then draw it out. And that shape will be inserted into your slide. Now from here, you may want to change the shape style. So come to the shape styles group, then click on the drop down arrow here, the more arrow, then choose the shape style that you want to go with. I'll select this one, and as you can see, the shape will appear in the selected style. Here it is. You can also change the shape fill color. Just select the shape, then come to the shape fill, click the drop down arrow, then from here choose the shape fill color that you want, and it will appear as selected. You can also change the shape outline. So I'll come here, shape outline. Then as you can see, I can choose whether I want to remove the outline. So if I select no outline, it won't have an outline, but I can come and also add weight to it and also make it dashed. So I can come here and make it into dashes, as you can see. Now you can also add shape effects. So just select the shape that you want to change, then click on the shape effects command. Then from here you can use whichever effect that you want. So I'll select this one, and as you can see, the shape will appear in the selected effect. Now you can also change to a different shape. So I want to change the shape to a different shape. So again, select the shape, make sure you selected it. Then under Format tab, come to Edit Shape. Then hover over Change Shape. Then come here and choose the shape that you want to change it to. So I'll choose the sun. And as you can see, the new shape will appear. If you want, you can enter text in a shape. So I can enter text here. And I can also format this text using the Home tab. If I come to Home tab, you have this formatting tools. So while first you select the text, then you can format it however you want it, as you can see. In PowerPoint, each slide may have multiple items such as pictures, shapes, and text boxes, and you can arrange the objects the way you want by aligning, ordering, grouping, and rotating them in various ways. Now let's look at aligning two or more objects. So first, select the objects that you want to align. So I have these two pictures. I'll select them by holding down the Shift key, and I'll be able to select the rest. Then come to Format tab. Then from here, click on the Align command. And from here, you can select one of these 6 options. So you can align right, you can align center, or left. So that's how you align two or more objects in PowerPoint. Again, you can choose to distribute objects evenly. So again, make sure you select the object that you want to distribute. So I'll select this one, hold on the Shift key, and select the others. Then under Format tab, click the Align group. Then from here you can select Distribute horizontally or Distribute vertically. So if I select Distribute horizontally, you'll see the change. If I select Distribute vertically, you'll see it will distribute itself evenly. Now you may want to group multiple objects into one object so that they will stay together if they're moved or resized. Now to group objects, again, select the object that you want to group. So select this one, hold down the Shift key, then select the others. Then under Format tab, click the Group command. So Format tab, Group command, then select Group. And those objects will be grouped. Now there will be a single box, as you can see, with sizing handles around the entire group to show that they're one group. And now you can move or resize all of the objects at once. Like that, I can resize it if I want. Whatever I do to one will affect all the others. Now let's say I want to edit one of these. So what you do is you double click on the object you want to edit, then edit it. And by doing this, you won't ungroup them. So as you can see, they'll remain as a group, but I'm editing this one. So at the end of the day, they'll remain as a group. If I come back, see, it's still a group. Now, if you want to ungroup the objects again select the group object, then under group command, click ungroup, and the object will be ungrouped. Like so. Now let's look at rotating objects. If you need to turn an object so it faces a different direction, you can rotate it to the left or to the right, or flip it horizontally or vertically. So again, select an object, then the Format tab will appear. Now from the Format tab, click on the Rotate command. So I'll select this. Then you can choose whether you want to rotate it 90 degrees, rotate it left 90 degrees, flip vertical or flip horizontal. So I'll select this one so that we can have a preview. Then Rotate command. See, it gives you a preview once you hover over a certain command. So you can choose whichever you want and your image or your object will be rotated. In PowerPoint, you can animate text and objects such as clip art, shapes, and pictures. Now to apply animation to an object, first select the object that you want to animate. So I'll select this picture, then go to Animations tab, then from the Animation group, click the More drop down arrow, then from here choose the desired effect. So I'll select Fly In, and that effect will be applied to your object. Now the object will have a small number next to it, as you can see, to show that it has an animation, and in the slide pane a star symbol will appear next to the slide. Now this is also to show that it has a certain effect, animation effect, added to it. Then we have the Effect Options command here. Now it allows you to control whether it be the direction or to change the animation that you want. So if I select this, now the effect I have here is Fly In. Now the Fly In effect allows you to control which direction the object comes from. So I can select whether I want it to fly in from the bottom left, from left, or so on. So I'll select from bottom left, and as you can see, there'll be a change. Now to remove an animation, select the small number next to the object with the animation, then click the delete key on your keyboard, and that animation will be deleted. So I'll come back here and add an effect to it. Yeah, I want it to have an effect. Now you can add multiple animations to an object, and to do this you use the Add Animation command. So again, select the object that you want to add an animation to, and this is maybe if you want an entrance and an exit effect. So select the object, then click on the Add Animation, then from here select choose from this list the desired effect that you want. So in the beginning I went with Fly In, so I'll choose Fly Out as my exit. If the object has more than one effect, it will have a different number for each effect. So there is effect number 1 and effect number 2. And the numbers also indicate the order in which the effect will occur. Now you can choose to reorder the animations. So if you want to reorder the animations, just select the number of the effect you want to change. So let's say I want the Fly In effect to come after the Fly Out effect. So I'll select Fly In. Then under Animations tab, I'll come to Move Later. This reorder animation command group, I'll select Move Later, and it will be the second effect. Now PowerPoint allows you to copy animations with an animation painter to other object or text. So again, click the object that has the effect you want to copy. So I want to copy the effects on this. Then from the Animations tab, click the Animation Painter command. Then again, come and click the object you want to copy the effects to. So I want to copy it over here. And as you can see, it will have the effects copied from here over here, and it will come with its own numbers to show that it also has two effects. Now if you want to preview your animations, just navigate to the slide that you want to preview. So all my animations are in slide 1. Then from the animations tab, click the preview command, and it will play your animations for you. Now we have something as the command here, the animation pane. Now the animation pane allows you to view and manage all of the effects that are on the current slide. Now to open the animation pane, just click it. Then it will open on the right side of your window. Now it will show all the effects for the current slide in the order in which they will appear. Now you can see I have slide 1 for picture, slide effect 1 and 2 for the picture, and I have effects 3 and 4 for the title. Now from here you can do a lot of things. First, you can reorder the effects. So just click and drag the effects to reorder them. So I want this effect to come after this one. So again, you just click and drag. And that's how you reorder the effects. You can also preview effects from the animations pane. From the animations pane, click the play button. So I'll select play, and it will play all the animations that I have. Now from the animation pane, you can access the effect options dialog box, which contains more advanced options you can use to fine-tune your animations. Now to open the effect options dialog box, from the animation pane, select an effect. So I'll select the first one. Then a drop-down arrow will appear next to the effect. So click the drop-down arrow, then select effect options. Now the effect options dialog box will appear. From here, click the drop-down arrow menus to access whatever you want. So I can select the direction, I can change the direction, the timing over here. I can make enhancements such as adding sound, and after animation I can change colors, don't dim, hide after animation, hide on next mouse click. So you can make a lot of changes from here. Now again, you can change the timing, the effect timing. So from here I can delay the effect to 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I can add the duration of the effect. So I want it to be slow, medium, fast, very fast. So right now it's on very fast. I want it to be medium. Then you can choose whether you want it to be on repeat or not. So you can choose to repeat it twice, thrice, 4 times, or maybe until next click or until the end of slide. Then once you're done making your changes, click OK. And as you can see, they'll be applied to your objects. Tables are another tool you can use to display information in PowerPoint. Now to insert a table, go to the Insert tab, then click on the Table command. Then from here, hover the mouse over the grid of squares to select the desired number of columns and rows. So I'll do a 3 by 3. Then click and the table will appear on the currently selected slide. Now in my example, that's slide number 3. Then click anywhere in the table and start typing. And you can use the tab key or the arrow keys on your keyboard to navigate through the table. Now, another way to insert a table is by clicking the Insert Table command in a placeholder. Now, if I go to slide 4, I have this blank slide. There is this Insert Table command. If I click on that, it will ask me for the number of columns and rows I want. Then I'll click OK, and it will insert a table for me. Now let's look at modifying tables. Now to move a table, just click and drag over the edges to place it anywhere you want in your slide. So that's how you move a table. To resize a table, just click and drag the sizing handles, this one, to make it bigger if you want it bigger, or to make it smaller if that's what you're aiming for. So that's how you resize a table. Now, to add a row or column, just click the cell adjacent to the location where you want to add a row or column. So I'll click on this one, then click the layout tab from over here. Then we have the row and columns group over here. So you can choose whether you want to insert a row. You can choose whether you want to insert it above or below the selected row, or insert left, right column in the selected column. So let's say I want to insert a column left to this. So what I'll do is I'll place my cursor here, then click insert left, and a new column will be added to the left of that. I can do the same with insert right, insert below, and insert above. So that's how you add a row or a column. Now, to delete a row or a column, so I'll type something in void. So yeah, then let's say I want to delete the whole of this row or column. Just select it like so. Then from the layout tab, click the delete command. Then select, do you want to delete column, row, or the whole table? So I want to delete the column, and as you can see, that column will be deleted. And you can do the same with the rows or deleting a whole table. So let's say I want to click to delete the whole table. So click the edge of the table if you want to delete, then press the backspace or delete key on your keyboard. So I want to delete it, the whole of it. So I'll just press the delete key and that table will be deleted. Now let's look at modifying tables with the layout tab. Now you can customize the table. You can quickly apply different table styles and customize the table borders. Now, to apply a table style, select any cell in your table. So I'll select this one. Then click the design tab on the right side. So we have the layout tab, then we have the design tab. Then we have the table styles group. Click the more drop down arrow over here. Then select the style that you want to apply to your table. You can select any one, then click on it, and it will be applied to your table. Now, let's say you want to change table style, the table style options. So we have the header row. These are the table styles options. We have the header row. You can check that or uncheck that. You have the total row, banded rows. So if you want to change any of these, just select any cell from here, then come and check or uncheck the desired options in the table style options group. So you can check and uncheck that. Just do whatever you want with it using the table style options. So I'll leave my headed row on and add banded columns. I'll remove banded rows, then do banded columns, something of that sort. Now you can also add borders to a table. So again, select the cells where you want to add borders. So in my example, I'll select every cell in my table. So just select everything. Then from the design tab, we have the borders command. Click the drop down arrow. Then over here, you can select have no borders. You can choose to have no borders, all borders, outside borders, inside borders, and so on. But for me, I want all borders. So I'll select that. And as you can see, I have borders on my table, on all the cells in my table. Now, a chart is a tool that you can use to communicate data graphically. Now, let's look at inserting charts. To insert a chart, select the Insert tab. Then from here, click the Chart command. Now, from the left pane, you can select the category that you want, then review the chart from the right pane. Now, I'll select a column, a line chart. Then select this one. Then once you've made your selection, click OK. And as you can see, a chart under spreadsheet will appear. Now the data that appears in the spreadsheet is a placeholder source data that you will replace with your information. So you can enter data in here. Then once you're done, you can click this to close. And then here you have your chart. Now you can edit the chart at any time by coming here, selecting the chart, then clicking edit data, and this will open up again, and then you can move on to editing your data. Now another way to insert a chart is by clicking the chart command in the placeholder. So if I click on this, it will add a chat for me, and from here I can make the selection that I want, then click OK, and again a chat and a spreadsheet will appear. So that's how you insert a chart in PowerPoint. Now let's look at modifying charts with chart tools. Now to change the chart type, first select the chart that you want to change. So I want to change this chart, so I'll select it. Then the design tab will appear. So from here you can select the change chart type command. Here it is, change chart type command. So it will bring you back here. Then you can select, no, currently I have this kind of chart, so I want to change this. So change chart type, then it's a bar chart, I want it to be a column chart. Then make your selection. Then once you're satisfied, click OK, and your chart type will be changed. The new chart will appear in your slide. Now you can also switch row and column data. To do that, select the chart that you want to modify. So I'll select this, and we have the design tab over here. Now from here, select the edit data command in the data group, then click on so I'll click on edit data, and then this will pop up. Then click the chart again. So click the chart again, then select switch row column command. So I'll click the switch row column command, and the rows and columns will be switched. As you can see, they have been switched. So that's how you switch row and column data. Now you can also change the chart layout. If you want, you can modify the chart layout. So again, select the chart that you want to modify. So I'll select this. Then we have the design tab, it will appear. Now from here, select the quick layout command over here, and then from here select the desired predefined layout from the menu. So I'll go with this one, and the chart will update to reflect the new layout. Now you can also change the chart style. Now what you'll do is select the chart again, then come to the chart style. Under design tab, we have the chart styles group. Click the more drop down arrow, then select the chart style that you want to work with, and the chart will appear in the selected style. PowerPoint allows you to insert a video onto a slide and play it during your presentation. Now to insert a video from a file, just go to the insert tab, then click the video command, and from here click video on my PC. Now from your PC, go to where your video is at, then select it and click insert, and the video will be added to the slide. Now if you want to resize a video, just click and drag the corner sizing handles to resize it to your desired size, and you'll notice that the corner sizing handles will resize a video while preserving its original aspect ratio. Now if you use the side sizing handles, it will become distortion. As you can see, I'm distorting my video by using the side sizing handles. But that's how you resize a video in PowerPoint. Now if you want to preview a video, just click the video to select it, then click the play pause button below the video, and the video will
Microsoft
begin playing.
Word is a word
And the
processing
timeline next to
application
the
that
play pause
allows you
button
to
will
create a
advance.
variety of
Now you can
documents,
jump to a different part
including
of the
letters,
video by clicking
resume,
anywhere on
documents.
the timeline.
It also has important features.
Now to move a video, you can just click and drag to move it wherever you want to use in your slide, and then you release it. If you want to delete a video, just select it, then click the delete or backspace key on your keyboard. So I'll press delete, and it's deleted. If I undo that by pressing Ctrl Z, click the backspace key, it will also be deleted. So I'll undo that, Ctrl Z. Now let's look at editing and formatting videos. Now let's say you want to trim a video. Again, first select the video that you want to trim, then click the playback tab. Then from here, select the trim video command. Now a dialog box will appear. Use the green handle, this one, to set the start time, and the red handle to set the end time. So I want the video to start from around here. So I'll set that as my start time. I'll let the end time remain the same. Then once you're done, click OK. And as you can see, your video will start from where you wanted it to start. Now you can add in fade in and fade out effects. So from the playback tab and the editing group, you can use these arrows to add the duration or to reduce in these two effects. You can also add a bookmark in your video. Just click the timeline to locate the desired part of the video that you want to bookmark. So I can select, let's say this is where I want to bookmark. So select that on your timeline, then click the add bookmark command, and a bookmark will be added. Now we have these video options over here. Now first we have the volume. It changes the audio volume for the video, so it can be low, it can be high, it can be mute. You can select whichever you want. Then we have the start command here. Now it controls whether the video will start automatically or on click of a mouse. Then we have the play full screen command. Now this lets the video fill the entire screen while playing, that is during presentation, so you can choose to check that or uncheck that. Then we have the hide while not playing. Now this will hide the video when not playing, and you can choose to add it by checking it or unchecking it to remove it. Then we have loop until stop command. Now this replays the video until stopped. And then lastly we have the rewind after playing. Now this returns the video to the beginning when it is finished playing. Now, if you want to add any of these, just check them or uncheck them if you want to remove them. So I'll leave mine like that. Smart Art allows you to communicate information with graphics instead of just using text. Now to insert a smart art graphic, go to the Insert tab, then under the Illustrations group, select Smart Art. Now this dialog box will appear. Select the category from the left, then the desired Smart Art from your right. So I can go with lists, then select this one, and then click OK. And the smart art graphic will appear on the current slide. Now there's another way you can insert a smart art graphic. You can use this insert smart art graphic command in your placeholder. Just click on it, and then this dialog box again will appear. Select the category from your left, the desired one on your right, then click OK. And again it will be inserted on the current slide. Now let's look at adding text to a smart art graphic. Just click the desired shape, then start typing. So I can start typing from here. Then click the other shape and then just type. And this will be the last one. So that's how you add text in a smart art graphic. Now let's look at organizing smart art from the design tab. So I want to reorganize this smart art. Now you can use, let's first come to the design tab. Now you can use the commands on the design tab to create in the create graphic tab group. Now just select the shape you want to modify, then choose the desired command. So let me select this one. Now you can move down. As you can see, CEO was number 1, but it's gone down. You can move it down again, move it up if you want. You can demote it or promote it. Now you can also choose to add a shape. Now adding a shape, this command will add a new shape to your graphic. So as you can see, by clicking on add shape, it will add a new shape to my smart art graphic. Now let's look at customizing smart art. The Indent design tab, there are several smart art styles that you can use, which will allow you to quickly modify the look and feel of your smart art graphic. So to change the style, just click the more drop down arrow from here, then select the desired style. Then once you selected it, it will be applied on your smart art graphic. You can also use the change color command to change the color theme of your smart art graphic. Just click this arrow, then come here and select a color theme that you want, click on it, and it will be applied on your smart art graphic. Now you can also customize each shape independently. You can customize each of these shapes independently. Just select the shape that you want to customize, then under Format tab, come to Change Shape command, then select the new shape that you want to work with. So let's say I want to work with this L. Click on that, and as you can see, that shape will be changed to the new shape that I wanted. So that's how you customize a shape. Now let's look at changing the smart art layout. I want to change the layout. Again, go to Design tab, then under the Layouts group, click the More drop down arrow, then select the new layout that you want. So I can go with this one, and as you can see, it will be applied. The selected layout will appear. Now if the new layout is too different from the original, some of your text may not appear, but as of mine, you can see I can see all my text. So before deciding on a new layout, check carefully to make sure no important information will be lost. PowerPoint provides you with several proofing features, including the spelling and grammar tool that can help you produce professional, error-free presentations. Now, to run a spell check, go to the Review tab, then click the Spelling command, and the spelling pin will appear on the right. This is the spelling pin. For each error in your presentation, PowerPoint will try to offer one or more suggestions. Now, you can select a suggestion and click Change to correct the error. So this is the first error I have. Click on a suggestion, then click Change. Now PowerPoint will move through each error until you have reviewed them all. Now after the last error has been reviewed, a dialog box will appear confirming that the spelling check is complete. So click OK. So this is the next error I have. Click Change, and it will go on and on. Click Change again. Now PowerPoint is not always correct. It may sometimes think a word is spelled incorrectly when it's not, and this often happens when people's name and proper nouns which may not be in the dictionary. As you can see, this is the name of a person, but it's appearing as an error. Now you can choose not to change it using one of these three options. So first we have Ignore. Now this will skip the word without changing it. Then we have Ignore All. Now this will skip the word without changing it, and it will also skip all other instances of the word in your presentation. Then we have Add. Now this adds the word in the dictionary, so it will never come up as an error again. But first make sure that the word is spelled correctly before choosing this option. So I'm going to select Ignore All, and I can move on to making other corrections. Now PowerPoint automatically checks your presentation for spelling errors, so you may not even necessarily need to run a separate check using the spelling command. Now these errors are indicated by a red wavy line like I have over here. Now to use the automatic spell check feature, just right click under the underlined word and a menu will appear. Now from here, click the correct spelling from the list of suggestions, and if you want to ignore the suggestion, you can select Ignore All or Add to Dictionary. So I'll select this, and it will be rectified for me. Now PowerPoint allows you to modify the proofing options, giving you more control over how it reviews your text. Now to modify proofing options, click the File tab. To access the Backstage view, then select Options. Now a dialog box will appear. Select Proofing, then customize the options as needed, and when you finish, click OK. So you can select to check spelling as you type, hide spelling and grammar errors, check grammar with spelling. You can choose to modify whichever one of these you want to. Then once you're done, click OK, and the changes will be made. Now, modifying settings in PowerPoint options, including proofing, will affect any presentation you edit in PowerPoint and not just your current presentation. Before delivering your presentation, you might ask someone else to review it and give you feedback on your slides. Now, you can do these things in PowerPoint using the comment and compare features. Now, let's first look at commenting on presentation. So, to add a comment, select the text or object or click the area of the slide where you want the comment to appear. Then go to the review tab and select the new comment command. Now the comments pane will appear, and from here type in your comment in the box. So I'll type in my comment. Then once you're done, click enter or press anywhere outside the box to save the comment. Now the comment will be represented by a small icon on the slide. Now here's my comment. This is the other comment over here. Now if I close that, let's say you want to come back and view your comments or maybe edit them, just simply click the comment icon and the comments pane will appear, or click the show comments command under review tab and the comments pane will appear. So let's say I want to edit a certain comment, just select the comment you want to edit. So let's say I want to edit this one, then just type in the new comment that you want. So instead of saying cool illustration, I'll say cool picture. Then once I'm done, click enter and the changes will be applied. Now let's say you want to reply to a comment. Again, in the comments pane, click the reply box. So we have this reply box over here. Just click on that and then type in your reply. Then once you're done, click enter and the reply will be added to your comment. So there'll be an additional comment. So if I say lovely, click enter, as you can see there'll be two icons here showing that there is the first comment and this is the reply. Now let's say you want to delete a comment, just select the comment you want to delete. So I want to delete this comment, then go to the review tab and click the delete command and that comment will be deleted. So now that's all on commenting on PowerPoint, on a slide that is. Now let's look at comparing presentations. Now there are situations in which you might end up with more than one version of the same presentation. You can easily compare and combine multiple versions using the PowerPoint's compare feature. To compare two presentations, first make sure that you've opened one version of the presentation. So this is the first version that I have. Then from the review tab, select the compare command. So I'll select that and a dialog box will appear. Now from here, select the second version that you want. So I'll select it, then click merge. Now the revisions pane will appear, allowing you to compare the two presentations. So here are the presentation changes. I can select which ones I want to change and whether I want to keep them or remove them. Now another tool that you can use to connect to a web page or a slide is called an action button. Now action buttons are built-in shapes you can add to a presentation and set to link to another slide, play a sound, or perform a similar action. Now to insert an action button on one slide, go to the insert tab, then click the shapes command. Now the action buttons will be located at the very end. Then select the action button you want to use, then click anywhere on your slide to add it. Now an action setting dialog box will appear and you can select the mouse click or the mouse over tab. Now the mouse click means that the action button will perform its action only when clicked, and the mouse over tab means that the action button performs its action only when you move the mouse over it. Now I'll come to mouse click, then select hyperlink to and make sure it's on next slide. Then I can check this if I want it to play a sound, then come and make a selection of the sound that I want. Then once I'm done, I'll click OK. So that's how you add an action button to one slide. But let's say you want to insert an action button on all slides. So I'll just delete this. Now let's say I want to insert an action button on all slides. What I'll do is I'll use a feature called the slide master view. So I'll come to the view tab, then under the master's view group, I'll select slide master. Now I'll scroll up and select the very first slide that I have over here. Now once you've done that, go to the insert tab, then under shapes, select the action buttons group and select the action button that you want to use. So again, I'll select this one, then click anywhere on your slide to place it. So I'll place it over here, then the dialog box will appear. Now under hyperlink to, I'll select that slide, then I'll want it to play a sound, and I'll come and make a selection, then click OK. I'll just position that over there, and once that is done, the action button will be added on every slide. So once I'm done, I'll come back to view tab, then click normal view because I want to go back to the normal view. And as you can see, each and every slide I have has an action button. So that's how you add an action button to all slides. Now, if you want to test an action button, go to the slideshow tab. Then from here, select start from beginning. You can select start from the current slide. So I'll select that, and then when I click on it, you can see the effect that it'll have. Now, once you've confirmed that it's working as you wanted it to, right click anywhere and select End Show. And it will take you back now to your presentation where you can make further edits. Now, let's say you want to edit an action button. So what you'll do is that you'll select the action button. Then under the Insert tab, come to the Links group and select the Action command. And the Action Settings dialog box will appear. Now, from here, you can edit the action button. So you can select to change, you can choose to change the sound or whatever you want to change, then click OK. And the changes will be added, they'll be made. Now again, if you want to change the appearance of an action button, select the action button again, then click the Format tab. Then if you want to change now the style or color, you can use the styles group, the shape styles group over here, and change that. So let's say I want to change the shape fill. I can come here and choose a different shape fill. I can choose a different shape outline and add the shape effects if I want to. So that's one way of changing the appearance of an action button. And if you want to change the shape of an action button, just come to the Edit Shape command, then change shape, then come here and select the new shape that you want to work with. So I'll select this, then the dialog box will appear again, click OK, and as you can see, I've changed the shape of my action button. Now let's have a look at modifying themes. Now PowerPoint allows you to modify a particular theme without changing anything else. Now let's say you want to select a new theme color without affecting the overall theme. Just go to the Design tab, then under the Variants group, click the More drop down arrow, then hover over Colors. Now select the color palette that you want. I'll go with red. And the presentation will update to show the new theme color. Again, if you want to customize the colors that you have, you can come back to the Variants group under the Design tab, click the More drop down arrow, then under the Colors menu, come to Customize Color, and from here you can customize the colors that you want and add a new theme color that you want. So let's say I want to customize this text background, dark one. I can come over here and select this one as the new color, then give it a new name. I can give it let me just give it file 1, then click save. So that way I've customized the color palettes that I have. Now let's look at selecting new theme fonts. Let's say you want to change the font without the changing a theme's overall look. Again, under Design tab, come to the Variants group, then click the More drop down arrow, then under Fonts, choose the font that you want to work with, and it will update itself. The presentation will update to show the new theme fonts. Again, if you want to customize theme fonts, if you have a specific font in mind for a presentation, it's easy to choose your own theme font. So you'll just come here, click the more drop down arrow. Under fonts, go to customize fonts. Now under this dialog box that will appear, it will appear with two current theme fonts, that is the heading font and the body font. Now to change the fonts, click the drop down arrows, and from here you can change the font as you wish. Then once you're done, give it a new file name. I'll call it file 2. Then click save. And the presentation will update to show the new custom theme fonts. Now let's again you want to select a new theme effect. You want to apply a new theme effect, which will quickly change the appearance of shapes in your presentation. So what you do is you come to the variants group under the design tab, click the more drop down arrow, then under effects, choose the effect that you want to work with. Now you can see the changes that are happening on my red line. It's kind of giving a preview. So I'll select this one, and the presentation again will update itself and show the new theme effects. Now to further customize your slides, you can change the background color by choosing a different background style. Now to apply a background style, again from the design tab, click the more drop down arrow under the variants group, then select background styles. Now from here you can change the background color and choose whichever one you want. But if you want even more control over the background, you can click the format background. If you come back here under background styles, click the format background command, and from here you can choose whether you want a solid color, a gradient, a picture, or texture fill, a pattern fill. You can select whichever one you want and make your changes. Then once you're done, you click reset background. So that's how you customize your background, your background in PowerPoint. Now you can also save a custom theme. If you want, if you've created your own custom theme, you can choose to save it and use it on other presentations. Now to do this, go to the design tab, then click the drop down arrow under themes. Then from here, select save current theme. Now a dialog box will appear. Now type a file name. Now it's already given itself a file name, theme1. Then click save. Now if I click the more drop down arrow, I have this custom theme that I've just created. Now that's how you save a theme in PowerPoint. PowerPoint offers several tools that can help you rehearse your slideshow. Now you can even record a copy with a voiceover narration, allowing viewers to watch the presentation on their own. Let's first look at rehearsing slideshow timings. Now to rehearse timings, go to the slideshow tab, then click on the rehearse timing command. Now you'll be taken to a full screen view of your presentation. Now practice presenting your slideshow, and when you're ready, you move to the next slide. Click the next button over here. You can just click anywhere with your mouse, and it will record itself as it goes. And when you reach the end, a certain dialog box will appear with the total time of your presentation. Now if you're okay with your timings, you can click yes. But let's say you want you need more than just one try to get the timings just right. So you can use these recording tools over here. This is the recording toolbar. Now you can click on that to pause recording, then resume recording when you're ready, or you can click on this repeat, like the repeat command, and it will take you from the beginning. So once you say resume recording, it will take you now from the beginning, and it will go on as you record. Now once you record and you get to the end, it will tell me the total time for your slide was, now for me it was 28 seconds, but it will change depending on how long you want that recording to last. Then if you want to save the new slide timings, you click yes. If not, you click no. So I'll click yes for now, and I've saved those timings on my slideshow. Now let's look at recording your slideshow. Again, if you want to record a slideshow, from the slideshow tab, select the record slideshow command. Then choose whether you want to start recording from beginning or start recording from current slide. So I'll select start recording from beginning, and this dialog box will come up. So I can select how I want to record it, whether I want to record the slide and animation timings or the narrations, ink, and laser pointer. So I'll select both and click on start recording, and now it will start recording. Now remember, you can only record narrations if you have a microphone attached to your computer. Now your presentation will appear in full screen view again. Then perform your slideshow. Make sure you speak clearly into the microphone if you're recording narrations. Then when you're ready to move to the next slide, click the next button on the recording toolbar here, or just click anywhere and it will take you to the next slide. Now when you reach the end of the show, PowerPoint will close the full screen view. So let's go till the end. It will close itself. Now your slide timings and narration are now part of your presentation. So the timings that I had earlier plus the narration that I've added now will be part of my presentation. And the slides with narration will be marked with a speaker icon in the bottom right corner. As you can see, I have this speaker icon over here. If I go to another slide, I have another speaker icon over here. So that will show you that you have a narration on that slide. Now let's say you want to remove slide timings or narration. Maybe you change your mind about including slide timings or narration. You can easily remove one or both. And you can also clear them from the entire presentation or just the current slide. Now to do this, again, go to the slideshow command, then click on the record slideshow command over here. So you'll come to the slideshow tab, then record slideshow command, and from here select clear. Now you can select to clear timing on current slide or clear timing on all slides, clear narration on current slide, and clear narrations on all slides. So I will select clear narrations on all slides, and as you can see, the little speaker icon has been removed from all the slides that I have. Then if I come back here, I can also select to clear timing on all slides. So that's how you remove slide timings or narrations. Now, PowerPoint offers several options to enhance or even totally change the way you deliver your presentations. And now you can export a presentation as a video. Now, you'll use the Create a Video feature, which allows you to save your presentation as a video. Now, to create a video, click the File tab. Then it will take you to the Backstage view. Go to Export, then select Create a Video. Now, from here, you can choose the presentation quality. So you can choose it to be a large file size, medium file size, or small file size. So I'll go with medium. Then you can choose whether you want to use recorded timings and narrations, or make edits there. So as you can see, there's the don't use recording timings and narrations command, and there's the use recorded timings and narrations. But for now, I don't have any recorded timings and narration. That's why this is not highlighted. Then there's the record timings command and preview timings and narrations command. So once you've made your selection, come here and select create video. Now a dialog box will appear, and from here you'll choose where you want to save that video, then give it a name, then click save. As you can see down here, it says it's creating a video. So we'll wait until it's done. And once it's done, you'll go to wherever you saved the video and get a preview, watch it later on. So if I minimize this, here it is, the word intro video. I'll double click on it to open. And as you can see, it will come to me as a video. Excel is a spreadsheet program that allows you to store, organize, and analyze information. Now let's look at the Excel interface, but before that we need to open the Excel program. So go to your search bar and type Excel, then click on it to open. Now when you open Excel for the first time, the Excel start screen will appear, and from here you'll be able to create a new workbook, choose a template, and access your recently edited workbooks. Now from here, let's locate and select the blank workbook to access the Excel interface. Now this is the Excel interface. Now let's look at some of its features. We have the ribbon over here. This is the ribbon. So the ribbon contains multiple tabs, each with several groups of commands. We have page layouts, insert tab, home tab, and each has their own group of commands. We have the font group, alignment group, number group, and so on. In some groups, we'll have an arrow that you can click for more options, like this one. If you click it, you get more options. Now, you can choose to minimize the ribbon if you find that it takes up too much screen space. Just click the ribbon display options arrow over here, then choose from this option. So the first one we have is auto hide ribbon. You select that. Auto hide displays your workbook in full screen mode and completely hides the ribbon. Now to show the ribbon, click the expand ribbon command and the ribbon will come back right up. Then the second command here we have is show tabs. Now this option hides all command groups when they are not in use, but the tabs will remain visible. To show the ribbon, simply click on any tab and the ribbon comes back right up. Then lastly, we have the show tabs and commands. Now this option maximizes the ribbon and all of the tabs and commands will be visible. And this is the option that is selected by default when you open Excel for the first time. Then let's go to the quick access toolbar. Now this is the quick access toolbar and it lets you access common commands no matter which tab is selected. By default, it includes the save, undo, and redo commands, but you can add other commands depending on your preference. To add commands to the quick access toolbar, just click the drop down arrow and then choose from this list which other command you want to add. So I can add quick print command and it will be added to your quick access toolbar. Then we have the tell me what you want to do. So this is the tell me feature. Now the tell me box works like a search bar to help you quickly find tools or commands you want to use. Just type in what you want to find. So insert chart. Then it'll bring you some options and then you can select those commands from over here without having to go to look for them in the ribbon. Then we have worksheet views, these three over here. Now Excel has a variety of viewing options that change how your workbook is displayed. By default, we have the normal view, which is the default view of all worksheets in Excel. Then we have the page layout view. Now this displays how your worksheets will appear when printed, and you can also add headers and footers in this view. Then we have the page breaker view. Now this allows you to change the location of page breaks, which is especially helpful when printing a lot of data from Excel. Now let's go back to normal view. Then we have the backstage view. To access backstage view, just click on File tab and then you'll have gone to the backstage view. Now backstage view gives you various options for saving, opening a file. We have printing, exporting. We have lots of options from here that you can access in the backstage view. And now you're familiar with the interface of Excel. Now you're ready to make your first spreadsheets. Excel files are called workbooks, and whenever you start a new project in Excel, you'll need to create a new workbook. Now, there are several ways to start working with a workbook in Excel. You can choose to create a new workbook either with a blank workbook or a pre-designed template, or open an existing workbook. Now, to create a new blank workbook, just go to the File tab and it will take you to the Backstage view. Then select New and click on Blank Workbook. Now, a new blank workbook will appear. To open an existing workbook, just navigate to the Backstage view by clicking on File tab, then click on Open. Now from here, you can select to browse from your computer and go and search where your workbook is, then open. Or if it appears under your recent, you can click on it to open. So mine appears under recent, so I'll click on it and it will open that workbook for you. Now, if you frequently work with the same workbook, you can pin it to the Backstage view for faster access. Just navigate to the File tab. That will take you to the Backstage view. Then go to Open. Now, under Recent, select the document that you want to pin. Then click on the push pin icon. And that workbook will be pinned to your recent. Now, if you want to unpin it, just click on the push pin icon again and it will be unpinned. Now, let's look at using templates. Now, I'll go to New. And here we have some templates. Now, a template is a pre-designed spreadsheet that you can use to create a new workbook quickly. Templates often include custom formatting and predefined formulas so that they can save you a lot of time and effort when starting a new project. So you'll come under in the Backstage view, click the new command, and over here you'll access some templates. Now select the one that you want. I can select the sales report, and then it will be opened up right for you. Whenever you work with Excel, you enter information or content into cells. Now, cells are the basic building blocks of a worksheet, and you'll need to learn the basics of cell and cell content to calculate, analyze, and organize data in Excel. Now, a cell is the intersection of a row and a column. Now, columns are identified by letters such as column A, column B, column C, while rows are identified by numbers like row 1, row 2, row 5, and so on. Now, if you select a cell, like I select this, its name will appear in the name box. Now, this is column B3. It lies on column B, row 3. So, its name will appear in the name box, B3. So that's how you select a cell. You just click on it to select it. And you can also choose to select a range of cells. Just click, then drag over the range of cells that you want to select, then release your mouse. So that's how you select a range of cells in Excel. Now, to insert content, just click anywhere inside any cell that you want, then start typing. Then click enter and then go to the next cell and type something else. So that's how you enter content into a cell. And once you're done, you click enter. Then you might want to clear or delete the content in a cell. Just select the cell or cells that you want to delete. So I'll select these two. Then go to the clear command under home tab and select clear contents. Now the contents in those two cells will be deleted. That's how you delete or clear content in a cell. But you can also choose to delete a whole row or column. Just use the delete command. So let's say, let me undo this. So I'll type something else over here. Now I want to delete this. So this cell. So what I'll do is I'll select it, then go to the delete command, then just click on delete. And as you can see, the lower cell will shift up and replace the deleted cell. So that's how you delete cells in Excel. Now let's look at how to copy and paste cell contents. Now Excel allows you to copy content that is already entered into your spreadsheet and paste that content to other cells, which can save you time and effort. Just select the cell that you want to copy, So let's say I want to copy this. Then click the copy command under home tab. Then select the cell where you want to paste it. So I'll select this cell and click on the paste command. And as you can see, it will be copied from here and pasted over here. So that's how you copy and paste in Excel. Again, you might want to cut and paste cell contents. Again, just select the cell with the content that you want to cut and paste. Then click on the cut command under home tab. Then go to where you want to paste it and click on the paste command. And it will be cut and pasted to wherever you want it to be. Now you can also drag and drop cells. Now instead of cutting, copying and pasting, you can drag and drop cells to move their contents. Just select the cells you want to move. So I'll select this one. Then hover the mouse until this icon appears. Then click and drag the cells to the desired location. So I'll drag it over there. And that's how you drag and drop in Excel. Now let's look at how to use the fill handle. Now if you're copying cell content to adjacent cell in the same row or column, the fill handle is a good alternative to copy and paste commands. Just select the cell containing the content you want to use, then hover the mouse over the lower right corner over here, and then the fill handles will appear. Now this is the fill handle. Click and drag the fill handle to as many cells as you want, then release the mouse to fill the selected cells. So that's how you use the fill handle to copy and paste very easily. Now you can also use the fill handle to continue a series. Whenever the content of a row or column follows a sequel order, like I have 1, 2, 3 over here, next would be 4, 5, 6, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so on. The fill handle can guess what should come next in the series. So all you have to do is select the cell range that contains the series you want, then hover at the bottom right corner until the fill handle appears, then click and drag it out to as many cells as you want, then release it. And as you can see, it will update itself. You can still do the same to this one. I'll select these cells, then click on the drag the fill handle and then release it. As you can see, it will update itself. Whenever you create a new workbook in Excel, you'll need to know how to save it in order to access and edit it later. Now, Excel offers two ways to save a file, that is save and save as. Now, these options work in similar ways without few important differences. To save a workbook, just locate and select the save command on the quick access toolbar. And if you're saving the file for the first time, the saver screen will appear in backstage view, just like I have over here. You'll then need to choose where to save the file and give it a file name. So I'll click on browse, then select where I want to save it under my desktop, and I'll let it remain as personal monthly budget 1. Then click on save, and your workbook will be saved. You can click the save command again to save your changes as you modify the workbook. Now you can also access the save command by pressing Ctrl+S on your keyboard. Now let's look at using save as to make a copy. If you want to save a different version of a workbook while keeping the original, you can create a copy. To do this, you'll go to the backstage first, then click on the save as command. Then from here, browse and select where you want to save it and give it a different file name. So I'll select to save it under the desktop. Then I'll just name mine personal monthly budget 2. Then click on save. Now if I minimize this, you'll see I have personal monthly budget 1 and personal monthly budget 2. Now this brings out the difference between save and save as. So let's go back. Now you can also export a workbook as a PDF file. Now, exporting your workbook as a PDF file can be especially useful if you're sharing a workbook with someone who does not have Excel. A PDF file will make it possible for recipients to view but not edit the content of your workbook. Just click the File tab to access the Backstage view, then click on Export. Select Create PDF or XPS document. Then the Save As dialog box will appear. Select the location. I'll select Desktop, then give it a file name. I'll name it 3. Then click on Publish. And as you can see, it will be converted into a PDF file. Now, by default, Excel will only export the active worksheet. So if you have multiple worksheets and want to save all of them in the same PDF file, click Options in the Save As dialog box. So if I come back here again, Export, click that. We have the options over here. Then select. As you can see, it's on active sheets only, but you can select entire workbook and it will save the entire workbook as a PDF. Then click OK. Then once you click Publish, it will publish the whole worksheet, all the worksheets that you have as a PDF. Now, let's look at exporting workbook to other file types. Now, you may also find it helpful to export your workbook to other file types. Just click the File tab to access the Backstage view, then click Export, then click on Change Filter. Now, over here, you can choose whichever format you want. Under Save As, you can choose whichever format you want, then select it and click on Save to save it under that file type. Now let's look at modifying columns and rows in Excel. Now by default, every row and column of a new workbook is set to the same height and width. Excel allows you to modify column width and row height in different ways. Now to modify column width, so for my example, column A is too narrow to display all of the contents in the cells. Now we can make all of these contents visible by changing the width of the column. To do this, position the mouse over the column line in the column heading so that the cursor becomes a double row arrow. Then click and drag to increase or decrease the column size. So you can decrease or increase it. In my case, I'll increase it, then release the mouse. And the column width will be changed. But you can also choose to auto fit the column width. Just let me undo this. Now I want to auto fit the column width. Just position the mouse over the column line in the column heading, and once it has become a double arrow, double click the mouse. Now the column width will be changed automatically to fit the contents in your cells. Now let's say you want to auto fit several columns at the same time. Now you can do this. So let me just minimize this. I can show you how to auto fit these 3 columns at the same time. So select them. Then under Home tab, go to the Format command, then choose Auto Fit Column Width. And as you've noticed, you can also do it with Auto Fit Row Height, but I'm working with columns, so I'll select Auto Fit Column Width. And as you can see, the column width will be changed automatically. Now let's look at modifying row height. Again, if I want to modify row height, let's say I want to modify the row height of this row. Just position the cursor over the row line like this until it becomes a double arrow. Then click and drag the mouse to increase or decrease. So I'll increase mine a little bit, and as you see, the height of the selected row will be changed. Now you can modify all rows or columns. Now instead of resizing rows and columns individually, you can modify the height and width of every row and column at the same time. Now this method allows you to set a uniform size for every row and column in your worksheet. So in my example, I will set a uniform row height. So first locate and select the all button key. So in my example, we will set a uniform row height. Locate and click the select all button. this one, just below the name box. So I'll select that one, and it will select every cell in the worksheet. Then position the mouse over a row line. So if I position it over here until it becomes a double arrow, then click and drag to increase or decrease it. So I'll decrease it up to that, then release it. Now the row height will be changed for the entire worksheet as you've seen. Now let's look at inserting, deleting, moving and hiding rows and columns. Now after you've been working with the workbook for a while, you may find that you want to insert new columns or rows, delete certain rows or columns, move them to a different location in the worksheet, or even hide them. Now let's look at each one of these. So I'll undo that. Now let's look at inserting rows. Select the row heading below where you want the row to appear. So first select the row heading below where you want the new row to appear. So in this example, if I want to insert a row between 4 and 5, so I want to insert a new row between row 4 and row 5, I'll select row 5. Then I'll click the insert command under home tab, and a new row will be inserted above row 5, and it will be now the new row 5. So that's how you insert a new row. Now when inserting new rows, columns or cells, you'll see a paintbrush, this one over here next to the inserted cells. Now this button allows you to choose how Excel formats the cells. Now by default, Excel formats inserted rows with the same formatting cells in the row above. Now to access more options, hover your mouse over the icon like this, then click the drop down arrow. So by default, it's format same as above. You can choose format same as below or clear formatting. Now let's look at inserting columns. So select the column heading to the right of where you want the new cell column to appear. Now for example, if you want to insert a new column between columns D and E, select E. Select the column E. Then click the insert command on the home tab, and a new column will appear. And as you can see, it has this paintbrush option over here, and it has the same options. So that's how you insert columns and rows in Excel. Now to delete a row or a column, just select the row you want to delete. So in my example, I want to delete this, so you just select it, then click the delete command on home tab, and it will be deleted. Now again, if you want to delete a column, just do the same, select it, then click the delete command, and it will be deleted. Now let's look at moving a row or a column. So in my example, I'll move a column, but you can move a row in the same way. Now select the desired column heading. Let's say I want to move this column. Then click the cut command on the home tab. Now you can also use the shortcut Control X on your keyboard. Then select the column heading to the right of where you want to move the column. Now if you want it to become between E and F, you select F. If you want to use a new row, just click on it, but I'll insert it between E and F, so I'll select F. Then click the insert command on the home tab, this one. Then select insert cut cells from the drop down menu. And as you can see, that column has been moved from here all the way to here. So that's how you move. Now, there's another way you can do it, and you can do the same action. I'll just undo that. So once you've selected your column like so and click the cut command, you can come over here, then right click, then choose this option, insert cut cells, and it will be inserted over there. Now the column will be moved to the selected location, and the columns around it will shift. Now lastly, let's look at how to hide and unhide a row or column. Now at times you might want to compare certain rows or columns without changing the organization of your worksheet. Now to do this, Excel allows you to hide rows and columns as needed. So I'll hide these columns, these three. So what you do is select the columns you want to hide. So I'll select them. Then right click the mouse and select hide from the drop down menu. And as you can see, they've been hidden, and there will be a green column line that indicates the location of the hidden columns. Now to unhide, select the columns on both sides of the hidden columns. So I'll select these two, then right click on them again and select unhide, like so, and the columns that were hidden will reappear. All cell contents use the same formatting by default, which can make it difficult to read a workbook with a lot of information. Now, basic formatting can customize the look and feel of your workbook, allowing you to draw attention to specific sections and making your document or your content easier to view and understand. Now, let's first look at how to change the font size. First, select the cells that you want to modify. So I'll select this. Then click on this drop down arrow next to the font size command. Then select the font size you want to work with. So I'll select 18, yeah. And that's the text will change to the selected font size. Now you can also change the font again. Just select the cells that you want to modify. So I'll still select this one. I'll reduce the font size a little bit. Looks better. Then come to the font command, click this drop down arrow from here and select the font that I want to use. I'll select that and the text will change to the selected font. You can also change the font color again. Select the cells you want to modify, like that. Then on the home tab, click the drop down arrow next to the font color command. Then choose a desired font color. I'll go for this one, purple, yes. Click on it and the text will change to the selected font color. Now you can also use the bold, italics and underline commands. Just again select the cells that you want to modify, like I've selected these. Then click on the bold command if you want to make it bold, italics if you want to italicize it, and underline commands if you want to underline your text. And the selected style will be applied to the text. Now you can also add cell borders and fill colors. Now cell borders and fill colors allow you to create clear and defined boundaries for different sections of your worksheet. Now let's look at how to add a fill color first. So again, select the cells that you want to add a fill color. Then on the home tab, click the drop down arrow next to the fill command. Then select the fill color you want to work with. I'll select this one. And as you can see, the selected fill color will appear in the selected cells. To add a border again, just select the cells that you want to modify. Then on the home tab, click the drop down arrow on borders command. So this is the borders command. Click the drop down arrow, then select the command you want. So I'll set mine to all borders. And as you can see, it will show all borders in those cells. So that's how you add a border. Now, instead of formatting cells manually, you can use Excel's pre-designed cell styles. Now, cell styles are a quick way to include professional formatting for different parts of your workbook, such as titles and headers. So let's apply a cell style. I'll work with the row number 3. So just select the cells you want to modify. So I'll assume this is my header. Then click the cell styles command under home tab. So I'll click this, and from here select the cell style you want to work with. Now there are multiple of them. There's heading 1. No, you can choose whichever you want, then click on it to apply it. Now as you can see, row number 1 has been formatted, but I can still select it, click on the cell style command, then change the cell styles from here. Okay, so I'll go with that one, click on it, and the cell style will appear like that. Now you can also change the alignment of your cell content. And this allows you to choose, Excel allows you to choose how your content is displayed in any cell, which can make your cell content easier to read. Now, to change horizontal text alignment, in my example, I'll use the first rule still. So select the cells that you want to modify. Now we're going to change the horizontal text alignment. Then from the Home tab, select one of the 3 horizontal alignment commands. So we have align left, center, and align right. So if I click on align right, all the text will be aligned to the right. And that's how you apply horizontal text alignment. That's how you change the horizontal text alignment. Now let's look at how to change vertical text alignment. Again, select the text that you want to modify. So I'll select this again. Then from the Home tab, select one of the 3 vertical alignment commands. So here we have the top align, the middle align, and the bottom align. So I'll select bottom align, and as you can see, the text will realign. And you can apply both vertical and horizontal alignment settings to any cell. Then lastly, we have the format painter command over here. Now, if you want to copy formatting from one cell to another, you can use the format painter command on the Home tab. And when you click the format painter, it will copy all the formatting from the selected cell. Then you can click and drag over any cell you want to paste the formatting to. So let's say I want to apply this formatting that's on row 3 to the rest of this worksheet. So what I do is I'll select this, then click on the format painter command. Now then come and drag over where I want to paste that format, then release it. And as you can see, I've copied and pasted that format using the format painter command. Now let's look at understanding number formats. Now, what are number formats? So whenever you're working with a spreadsheet, it's a good idea to use appropriate number formats for your data. Number formats tell your spreadsheet exactly what type of data you're using, like percentages, currency, times, dates, and so on. Now, why is it important to use number formats? Number formats don't just make your spreadsheet easier to read, they also make it easier to use. And when you apply a number format, you're telling your spreadsheet exactly what types of values are stored in a cell. Now let's look at applying number formats. There are 2 main ways to choose a number format. So first, go to the Home tab, then click the number format drop down menu in the number group. So this is the number group. This is the number format command. Click this arrow, and then from this drop down menu, make a selection. So if I select currency, it will be applied to the cell that I've selected. And if I type any number, it will be displayed in currency format. Again, another method you can use, select the desired cell, then press Ctrl 1. Then from here, make a selection. So again, I'll select currency, then click OK. So what this will do is that it adds a currency symbol and displays 2 decimal places for any numerical values that I'll enter in that cell. So if I enter 20 again, then press enter, it will express it as a currency. Now, if you select any cells with number formatting, you can see the actual value of the cell in the formula bar. If I select this one, the actual value is 15. Now, the spreadsheet will use this value for formulas and other calculations. Now, let's look at using number formats correctly. There's more to number formatting than selecting cells and applying a format. Now, spreadsheets can actually apply a lot of number formatting automatically based on the way you enter data. This means you need to enter data in a way that the program can understand, and then ensure that those cells are using the proper number formats. So let's look at percentage formats. Now, one of the most helpful number formats is the percentage format. It displays values as percentages such as 20% or 55%. And this is especially helpful when calculating things like cost of sales, tax, or a tip. So Let's enter a percentage. Then I'll type 15 again and then enter the percentage sign. If I click enter, if we look at the formatting here, it will read percentage. So that's how you enter percentage in Excel. As you may remember from math class, a percentage can also be written as a decimal. So 15% is the same thing as 0.15%. So if I come here and change the formatting to number, it will change to 0.15%. I can still take it back to percentage and it will remain as 15%. And let's look at date formats. Now, whenever you're working with dates, you'll want to use a date format a specific date format to tell the spreadsheet that you're referring to specific calendar dates. Now, date format allows you to work with a powerful set of date functions that use time and date information to calculate an answer. Now, spreadsheet doesn't understand the information the same way a person would. So, for instance, if I type October in here, then click enter, the number formatting will remain as general. It won't know that I'm entering a date, so it will treat it like any other text. Now, if I type the date in a specific order, in a specific format, like for example, I can do month, day, year, or day, month, year, depending on which country you're in, Excel will be able to understand. So in my example, I'll type in the current date, so it's 28/09/2022. Then click enter, and you'll see the number formatting will change to date. So that's how you use those certain formats. So again, you can use month, day, year, or day, month, year, depending on where you are, to enter date in Excel. Now that we have entered our date correctly formatted, so we can do many different things to this data. So for example, you can use the fill handle command to continue the dates through the column. Like if I use this fill command and do this, it will autofill to the next date. So 28, 29, 30th, 1st October, and so on. Now you can also access other date formatting options. Now, to access other date formatting options, select the number format drop-down menu. So if I come up here in that cell with the date, then from over here, click more number formats. So over here, I can choose other type formats that I want to work with. So I can go for this one. I can go for any one that you want, then click OK, and it will be applied to that cell. Now let's look at increase and decrease decimal commands. Here they are. Now the increase decimal and decrease decimal commands allow you to control how many decimal places are displayed in the cell. These commands don't change the value of the cell, and instead they display the value to a set number of decimal places. So if I just click on this, work with this, then we have this, the decreased decimal and the increased decimal. So if I do that, I'll increase the decimal, but if you look at the formula bar, the original number will remain intact. If I click on reduce decimals, the original number will still remain intact. Now, one thing to point is that the increase and decrease decimal commands don't work with the number formats like date and fraction. Now lastly, I'm going to show you a really quick shortcut to add the current date or time into an Excel worksheet. So select a cell, select this one. Now to enter the current date, press Control semicolon. So Control semicolon, and it will enter the current date. As you can see, that's my current date from over here. It will enter the current dates. Now to enter current time, again, I will select a different cell, then press Control Shift semicolon, and it will enter the current time. You can see that's my current time. It will enter the current time. Again, to enter current time, Control Shift semicolon, and it will enter the current time for you. Every workbook contains at least one worksheet by default. When working with a large amount of data, you can create multiple worksheets to help you organize your workbook and make it easier to find content. Now, you can also group worksheets to quickly add information to multiple worksheets at the same time. And I'll take you through each of these one by one. But first, let's look at how to insert a new worksheet. First, locate and select the new sheet button, and then click on it, and a new blank worksheet will appear. Now you can also copy a worksheet. Now if you need to duplicate the content of one worksheet to another, Excel allows you to copy an existing worksheet. So let's say, for example, in sheet 1, I enter the current time. So I'll just press Control Shift semicolon. It will enter the current time. Then I'll autofill this. So I want to copy this information in sheet 1 to a new worksheet. All I have to do is right click the worksheet you want to copy, then select Move or Copy from the worksheet menu. Then the Move or Copy dialog box will appear. So choose where you want the sheet to appear. So I want it to move to the end. Then check the box next to create a copy and click OK. And the worksheet will be copied. Here it is, and it will have the same title as the original worksheet as well as a version number. So this is sheet 1 version 2. You can see I have the original sheet 1. This is sheet 1 version 2. Now to rename a worksheet, if you want to rename a worksheet, just right click on it, then select rename, type in the desired name. So I can type in time, then click enter, and it will be renamed. Now you can also move a worksheet. Just click and drag the worksheet you want to move until a small black arrow appears where you want to move it. So I've moved sheet 1 from the beginning to the end. So that's how you click and drag. That's how you move a worksheet. I can move sheet 2 again. Just click and drag it, then release it. Now you can also change the worksheet tab color. You can change the worksheet tab color. So just right click the desired worksheet. So let's say I want to change the tab color of this. So I'll just select it, right click on it, then click on tab color. Then over here I'll choose a different tab color. So let me go with the dark blue. Select that. Now the tab color will be changed, but the worksheet tab color is considerably less noticeable when the worksheet is selected. So if I select another worksheet, you'll see that the color will appear when the worksheet is not selected. Now you can also delete a worksheet. Just right click on the worksheet you want to delete and select delete. And that worksheet will be deleted from your workbook. Now, if you want to prevent specific worksheets from being edited or deleted, you can protect them by right-clicking the desired worksheet. So right-click, then select Protect Sheets. Now, from here, you can enter a password, and then it will protect the worksheet and contents of locked cells. So you can select locked cells, select unlocked cells, format cells. You can select whatever you want to protect, then click OK, and it will be protected. Now let's look at grouping and ungrouping worksheets. Now you can work with each worksheet individually, or you can work with multiple worksheets at the same time. Worksheets can be combined together into a group, and any changes made to one worksheet in a group will appear or will be made to every worksheet in the group. So over here I have these two worksheets, so I want to group them. So first select the first worksheet you want to include, then hold down Control and select the other worksheets. Then once you're done, the two worksheets will be grouped. Now they are grouped. So if I make any changes to this, so let's say I want to clear the contents on this. So I want to clear the contents over here. Click, select Clear Contents. That change will be made to every other sheet that I have grouped. As you can see, it has affected both sheets. Now, so once you're done and you want to ungroup the worksheets, just right click in the group, then select ungroup sheets, and the groups will be ungrouped. The worksheets will be ungrouped. When working with a lot of data in Excel, it can be difficult and time consuming to locate specific information. Now you can easily search your workbook using the Find feature, which also allows you to modify content using the Replace feature. To find content, so this is the process to go about to find content. From the Home tab, click Find and select Command, then select Find. Now this Find and Replace dialog box will appear. Now enter the content you want to find from here. So in my example, I'll type in syrup, then click Find Next, and it will show you the first appearance of that word. If you click Find All, it will show you all the appearances of that word. Then once you're done, click Close to close the Find and Replace dialog box. Now you can also access the Find command by pressing Ctrl F. As you can see, it will pop up. The Find and Replace dialog box will pop up. So let's close that. Now, at times you may discover that you've repeatedly made a mistake throughout your workbook, such as misspelling someone's name, or that you need to change or exchange a particular word or phrase for another. Now, you can use the Excel's Find and Replace feature to make quick revisions. So again, from the Home tab, click the Find and Select command, then select Replace, and the Find and Replace dialog box will appear. Type the text you want to find in the Find What field. So I type syrup, then type the text you want to replace it with in the Replace with field. So over here, I'll replace it with maybe juice. Then once you're done, click Find Next. Now, if the content is found, the cell containing the content will be selected. So you can see this has been selected. So review the text to make sure you want to replace it, and then click on Replace. And as you can see, it has been replaced. I've replaced the word syrup with juice. You can also select Replace All, and it will replace all the instances of that word in your document. So if I click Replace All again, all the instances will be done, and it will show you all done. We made 5 replacements. Click OK, and that's how you replace a word in Excel. So once you're done, click Close, and the dialog box will be closed. Now it's best to avoid using Replace All because it doesn't give you the option of skipping anything you don't want to change. You should only use this option if you're absolutely sure it won't replace anything that you didn't intend it to. There may be times when you want to print a workbook to view and share your data offline. So to do this, you have to navigate to the print pane. So go to File tab, then the Backstage view will appear, then select Print, and the print pane will appear. Now you have these settings over here that you can manipulate, and you have the preview over here. So first, you can add to the number of copies you want to print. You can make them up to 4 or 5, whichever you want, or you can take them down to 1. And then from here is where you select the printer that you want to use, and you can also convert your workbook to a PDF. So by selecting Microsoft Print to PDF, if I click Print, it will save itself as a PDF. So I can select wherever I want to save it as a PDF, give it a file name. I'll name it file 1, then save. So if I minimize this, you'll see I have a new PDF. Now that's the workbook that I had. Double click it to open, and it will open up as a PDF. So that's how you convert an Excel workbook into a PDF. Again, if we come back to the print pane, we have the settings over here. So you can choose to print the active sheets, and by active sheets I mean the sheets that have been selected. So currently my active sheet is this one, source data, but let's say I want to print the whole workbook. I want to print all this. So what I'll do is I'll come back here, print, then over here select print entire workbook. Now that will print everything for me. It will print all the worksheets that I have. Again, there is the print selection. So you can also choose to print a certain selection in your worksheet. So let's say I'll come here, then make a selection. I'll make this selection, come back to, that's what I want to print out. File, print, then over here I select print selection. Now it will only print out the selection that I just made. So you can choose from one of these. So I'll choose print active sheets. Then you can also change the portrait orientation, the orientation that is. So we have portrait that we have over here, and if I change it to landscape, it will give you a preview. Then you can change the letter size, you can customize the margins, and you can choose to add scaling. So you can fit all the sheets in one page, fit all columns on one page, fit all rows on one page if you want. Then once you're done with the settings, click print and your worksheet will be printed out for you. Before sharing a workbook, you'll want to make sure it doesn't include any spelling errors. Now, fortunately, Excel includes a spell check tool you can use to make sure everything in your workbook is spelled correctly. Now, if you've used the spell check feature in Microsoft Word, just be aware that the spell check tool in Excel, while helpful, is not as powerful. For example, it won't check for grammar issues or check spelling as you type. Now, to use spell check, go to the Review tab, then click on the spelling command. Now, the spelling dialog box will appear, and for each spelling error in your worksheet, spell check will try to offer suggestion for the correct spelling. Choose a suggestion, then click change to correct the error. Now, at times, there are no appropriate suggestions. You can also choose to enter the correct spelling manually. So, if you can see over here, I wanted to write crab, but I don't have that suggestion in here. So, I can come here and type it instead. Crab, then click change, and it will be changed. Now, spell check isn't always correct. It will sometimes mark certain words as incorrect even if they're spelled correctly. Now, this often happens with names which may not be in the dictionary. Now, you can choose not to change a spelling error using one of the following three options. We have ignore once, which will skip the word without changing it. You can ignore all. Now, this will skip the word without changing it and also skip all other instances of the word in your worksheet. Then we have add to dictionary. Now this adds the word to the dictionary so it will never appear as an error again. Now make sure the word is spelled correctly before choosing this option. So I don't want to change that to correct that. So I'll just say ignore all, and all will be ignored. Again, I'll say ignore all because it was well spelled. For this one, I'll change. And you can also choose to change all, so it will change all. Then continue editing. Then once you're done, click close, and the spell check will be complete and you're good to go. One of the most powerful features in Excel is the ability to calculate numerical information using formulas. Now, Excel uses standard operators for formulas such as a plus sign for addition, a minus sign for subtraction, an asterisk for multiplication, a forward slash for division, and a caret for exponents. Now, all formulas in Excel must begin with an equal sign. This is because the cell contains or is equal to the formula and the value it calculates. Now, let's create a formula. So I have a table over here. Now, I want to add the totals of these two. So what you do first is you select the cell that will contain the formula. So I'll select this, then type an equal sign. Then from here, type the cell address of the cells that you want to add. So I want to add B2. So I'll type in B2. plus B3. Then as you can see, the cells will be highlighted. This is to make sure that for you to confirm whether you've entered the right cell addresses. Then once you're done, click enter and Excel will display the answer for you. Now we use cell references instead of values to give you the ability to change your original value without having to retype your formula. Now look at this. If I come here and change the value of this, so it was 35,000, but I'll type in 2,000, then click enter. As you can see, it will automatically update itself. Now let's look at multiplication. Now I want to multiply the quantity and the price per unit of each of these items. So again, you come here, you start by typing in an equal sign. But now instead of entering the addresses manually, we're going to use the point and click method. Now just click the cell that you want to enter. So I'll click this one. Then use an asterisk for multiplication. Click the other cell. Then once I've confirmed, I click enter. And as you can see, it will give me the totals. Now you can use the autofill handle over here to automatically add the formulas to the other cells over here. Now, instead of coming here and retyping the formula again and over here and again, I can actually autofill them with each of their own answers. So just select this cell, then click on this autofill hand over here, then drag it out. And this is a quick way to add formula to several cells at once. Again, let's use the point and click method over here. So I want to add the totals of all this, but I'll use the point and click method. So first enter an equal sign, then click. So we are adding, that is. Again, click and plus, click again. As you can see, I'm just clicking on those cells. Then once I'm done, I'll click enter and it will add it up for me. Here's a quick and smart way to apply filters in Excel. Now, earlier on you used to select the table headers, then you go and apply a filter, but now you can select the cell with the value you want to filter. Right click, come to filter, then filter by selected cells value, and boom, there you go. Here's a quick Excel tip. Now, if you want to convert all these numbers into percentage, you don't have to select them and then come over here and convert them. What you can do is type in any number in a different cell, then press the percentage icon, hit enter, then come back here again, right click, copy, select the data, right click, paste spatial, then select multiply, click OK, and your work is done. Here's a cool Excel feature that I bet you didn't know. What you'll do is you'll right click on your ribbon, then customize the ribbon, then come all the way here and turn on the developer tab. Now, the developer tab will give you tons of options to use when working with Excel. Here's a cool Excel feature that I bet you didn't know. And you're going to press Alt and SL, then come here and select the data range. Click OK, and then you can come over here and autofill for the rest of the table. Now you have trend lines for your data. Here's a quick Excel tip that will allow you to type in all the first names over here, the second names in this column, and the initials really fast without having to type them all by hand. So come here and type in the first name, type in the second name like this, and the initials. Now the initials are A dot D dot, like that. Then I'll come back here, press Ctrl E, and there we have all the data here. Come here again, press Ctrl E again, then it will autofill the second names for you. Come here again, press Ctrl E, and it will autofill all the initials for you. Here's a smart Excel quick tip. Now we have these two new functions, that is the unique function and the counting function. Now to use the unique function, come over here, type in equals, then unique, open brackets, select the cell range that you want to work with, close the brackets, then hit enter, and there you have your data. If you want to use the countif function, type in equals again, then countif, open brackets, select the cell range, comma, select the criteria, then close brackets and hit enter. Now the countif function counts the number of occurrences of something in a list. Now for this, spinach appears 3 times in this list, and the unique function returns only unique values from a list. Now then you come here again and double click over here, and it will autofill the data for you. Do this to generate a large sequence of numbers in Excel. Instead, do this. Press Alt H, F, I, then S. Set it to columns. Then put your stop value. I'll put mine at 10,000. Then click OK. And if you go all the way down there, you can see it will give you up to 10,000.
Rock Computer College. Define quality training in information technology.
Don't copy your numbers by holding down Control and then selecting all of them. You can actually do this in 1 second. All you have to do is press Control G, go to Special, Constants, then select every other only numbers and uncheck every other thing and click OK. And all the numbers will be selected. Now you can copy, Control C, and paste, Control V. Don't resize your table manually in Excel. Instead, do this. Click anywhere inside the table and press Ctrl A to select all, then press Alt H O I to resize the columns and Alt H O E to resize the rows. Stop entering dates manually in your Excel worksheet and instead use the date picker. Now to do that, go to the Insert tab, then Get Add-ins. Then from over here, search calendar. Then pick the mini calendar and date picker, click add, click continue. And here we have it. Now, all you have to do is select, then come here and select the date. Click on the cell, then select the date. And it's as easy as that. Do you know that you can remove the background of an image in Excel? All you have to do is select the image first, then press Alt, J, P, E, and 1. Then the areas that are highlighted by purple colors are the parts that are going to be deleted. But from here you can choose the areas to keep by using this command. So I want to keep this area around the foreign, around the edges, that is. And then once I'm satisfied with that, I'll click on keep changes, and now I have an image without a background in Excel. Here's an Excel tip that you need to know. Now, if you're trying to number your Excel range like this and then autofill, and you find yourself ending up with ones all the way down, all you have to do is come over here, click the autofill options, then select fill series, and you are done. Here's a smart Excel tip that you need to know. Now, if you have duplicates in your list and you want to remove it, you don't have to delete them one by one. All you have to do is press Ctrl A to select all, then press Alt A, then M, click OK, then OK, and all the duplicates will be removed. Create a readable barcode in Excel in just 1 minute. Just use this formula equals opening speech mark and asterisk, closing speech mark, and then select the cell, and again opening speech mark, an asterisk, and closing speech marks. Then hit enter, come back here again, and then autofill your table. Then with that data selected, come over here and select this font. Hit enter, and there you have your barcodes.
Rock Computer College. Define quality training in information technology.
Here's how to get somebody's age in Excel. Now here I have the name, the date of birth, and today's date, but I want their ages. I have to do is use this formula, type in equals, then text, open brackets, then select today's date, hit F4, then minus their date of birth, and then we're going to convert that into years. So opening speech marks, Y, closing speech marks, close the bracket, then hit enter, and we have her age. I'll come back here again and then autofill, and there we have each and everyone's age. Here's a simple way to add a country code to numbers like this instead of typing it to it one by one. All you have to do is select the numbers list, come over here, select more number formats, then custom, general, then type the country code number. So I have one here, then followed by 9 zeros according to how many numbers your country has. Then click OK, come over here, increase the width, and there you have it. Microsoft Publisher is a program designed to help you create publications or documents that you can print and distribute. These include certificates, business cards, and menus. Now, when you open Publisher for the first time, it will take you to the start screen. Now, this is what the start screen looks like, and from here you can select a blank portrait or a template to work with. But for now, I'll select a blank portrait so that you can access the Publisher interface. Now, this is the Publisher interface. And over here at the top, we have the ribbon. Now, this is the ribbon over here. Now, the ribbon contains multiple tabs, each with several groups of commands. Now, some tabs like text box tools or picture tools will only appear when you're working with certain items like text boxes or images. Then we have the quick access toolbar. It's over here at the top. Now, by default, it has the save, undo, and redo commands. But if you want, you can add more commands to it. Now, to do this, click on this drop-down arrow from here, then select the command that you want to add. So I'll select the quick print command. And by doing so, that command has been added to my quick access toolbar. Then we have the rulers. Now you have two rulers, one at the top and one at the left. You can use these rulers to help you line up text, images, and other objects and get a clearer idea of exactly where those objects will appear on the printed page. Then we have the publication area. Now this is the publication area. This is where you will make your publication. This is where you will make your design in Publisher. Then we have the page navigation pane. This is the page navigation pane. Now, if you're working with a document with multiple pages, you'll be able to navigate through those pages from over here. Then we have zoom tools down over here. Now, you can use these zoom tools to zoom in or zoom out of your publication. You can use the plus and minus icons to zoom in and out of your publication. You can also choose to click and drag the zoom slider to zoom in and to zoom out of your publication. Then we have the backstage view. Now in the backstage view, you can access commands such as printing, creating new publications, or even saving. Now to access the backstage view, just go to the file tab and click on it. Now this is the backstage view. Now from here you can create new templates, new publication, open previous publication, save, print, and so much more. Now that you're familiar with the publisher interface, you're ready to create your first publication. Now let's look at how to create a new publication using either a template or a blank page. And we'll also learn how to customize our publication by modifying the page layout, adding a new template, and adding, deleting, and rearranging pages. So first, let's look at creating a new publication from a template. To do this, go to the File tab, then select New, then select the template you want to work with. To give you a preview, select Create, and it will be created for you. Now, if you want to create a publication from a blank page, just go back to the File tab again, select New, then select the blank portrait you want to work with, and it will be created for you. Now, let's look at customizing your publication layout. Now, when we say customizing your publication layout, we're talking about setting up the page margins, the size, and the orientation. Now I'll use this template that I have over here. Now to do that, to change the page layout, you come to the page design group and select and locate the page setup group. So page design tab, page setup group. Now from here you can select the margin option that you want. You can go with moderate and it will apply the changes to your publication. And if none of these suits your needs, you can still go to custom margins, make your own changes, then select OK, and they'll be applied to your publication. Again, with orientation, you can select whether you want a portrait orientation or a landscape orientation. Some will work with both, some will not, like mine. And then we have the size. You can come and change the size of the document that you want. You can go for any of the sizes that we have over here. Select A4. But if you find that none of them suit your needs, you can still come and create new page size. And then once you're done, click OK, and the new page size will be created for you. Now, if you create a publication from a template and you later decide the chosen template doesn't suit your needs, you can always change it. You can always apply a new template to a publication where you had chosen another template. Now, to do this, select the page design tab over here. Now, I want to change the template. I don't really like this one. So come to the page design group and select change templates. And it will give you other templates that you can work with. You can select whichever one you want, then select OK. And you can make your changes over here. You can customize the template from over here. Then once you're done, click OK. Select apply template to the current publication, then click OK. And its layout will change. As you can see now, I have a different layout. Now, lastly, let's look at adding, rearranging, and deleting pages. So I'll undo this. Now I want to work with these two. I have 2 pages over here. Now let's say you want to add a new page to your publication. So what you do is that you come to the page navigation pane. This is the page navigation pane. And if you can see it, you can come to the view tab. Then under the show group, select the page navigation command. So right now it's on. If I do this, it's off. So make sure it's checked so that you can view it. Now, we want to add another page to this. So what you do is you right click on a page, then select insert page. It will ask you whether you want to insert a page before the current page or after. So I want mine after. Then once you make your changes over here, I want only 1 page. You can do 2 pages, 3 pages if you want. Then click OK. And the new page will be inserted in the page navigation pane. Let's say you want to rearrange the pages. All you have to do is just click, select it first, then drag it to where you want to position it. So I'll do that with the third one. So I'll just drag it until I see that horizontal line over there, then I drop it. So that's how you rearrange. You just select it, click and drag it until you see that horizontal line, then you drop it. So that's how you rearrange the pages. And again, if you want to delete the pages, just right click on the page that you want to delete, then select delete, and that page will be deleted for you. In this lesson, you learn how to add and arrange text boxes as well as how to format them and the text they contain. Now we'll look at working with text boxes, but first let's look at how to insert a text box. Now on the ribbon, select the Insert tab, then click the Draw Text Box command. Then your cursor will change into something like this. Click and drag it out over where you want your text box to appear, then release the mouse. And in that way, you've created your own text box. Now you can start typing whatever you want. I'll just space some words that I had earlier. Now, as you work with text box, you might find that a text box isn't large enough to contain all the text you want to include. To run out of room for text, you can use the link command to connect text boxes. Now to do this, select your text box, then click the text box to Format tab, then select the Create Link command. Now your cursor will change into something like this. You'll click to where you want to add your new text box, and then you resize it accordingly so that to make sure all the text will fit. So I'll also resize this one. And as you can see, all the text that didn't fit here will overflow to the new text box and it will fit perfectly. So I still need to do that a little. Now all you have to do here is to resize your text box until the red dots disappear. As you can see, they have disappeared. Now my text fits perfectly. So I'll minimize that a little bit. Perfect. Now again, to insert a text box, you just come to the Insert tab, click the Draw Text Box command, and then click and drag out where you want that text box to appear. Now let's look at modifying text boxes. We have the text fit command. Now the text fit options will allow you to format text boxes that automatically adjust font or text box size to get a good fit. Now, if you click on this drop down arrow, we'll see that we have 4 options over here, and the first one is best fit. Now this makes the text larger or smaller to fit the text box. Then we have the shrink text on overflow, which automatically shrinks the font size when the text box has no room for additional text. We have the grow text box to fit, which automatically enlarges the text box to based on text size and length. And then we have do not auto fit, which makes no automatic changes to the text or the text box. Now this is the default option. As you can see, I have it on as default. Now let's look at hyphenation. Publisher automatically hyphenates words at the end of lines in order to improve text fit. You can control if your words are hyphenated by modifying your hyphenation settings. So I'll select this text box. Now we're going to look at modifying hyphenation settings. Now to do that, first select a text box, then click the text box tool Format tab, this one, then select the hyphenation command. Now the hyphenation dialog box will appear. Now from here you can modify your hyphenation settings. You can choose to remove all hyphenation by unchecking the automatically hyphenate the story. You can choose to change the hyphenation zone, and you can choose to make it manual. Now once you're done making your changes, click OK, and the changes will be applied to your text. Now Publisher includes various typography commands that are designed to help you embellish your text. Now there are 6 Publisher typography commands, and the first one we have is drop cap. This is the first one that we have, a drop cap. Now what this does, it enlarges the first letter of the selected text. Now if I do this, if I select text over here, so I'll select this text, then from here choose the style that I want to work with. It will make the first letter large, as you can see. Now that's how the drop cap works. Then we have number styles, which lets you choose between 4 different styles for number spacing and alignment. If I come back here, as you can see, there's the default, then there you have 4 other options to work with. We have ligatures, which connect certain combinations of letters to make them easier to read. Then we have stylistic sets, swash, and stylistic alternates. In this lesson, you'll learn how to create and modify shapes and building blocks. Now, you'll also learn how to align, group, and arrange objects of all types. Now, let's first look at working with shape. To insert a shape, select the Insert tab, then click on the Shapes drop-down arrow. Then from here, choose the shape you want to work with. Then come and draw it out on your page. And that's how you insert a shape. To resize the shape, just select the shape, then click and drag one of the sizing handles to resize it, like so. If you want to rotate the shape, just click, then there's this. If you come over here, your cursor will change into something like this, and then you can rotate your shape at any angle that you want. So what I'm doing right now is I'm rotating my shape, but I'll take back to the original size, and that's how you resize the shape. To move a shape, just click and drag it to the desired place to move it. Now let's look at modifying shapes. Now if you want to change to a different shape, so I have a rectangle over here, but I want to change to a different shape, what you're going to do is select the shape, then click the Format tab, then from here come to the Insert Shapes group, click the Change Shapes command. Now choose the new shape that you want to work with. So I'll select, let's say this one, and your shape will be changed to that new shape. As you can see, now I don't have a rectangle, I have a whole new different shape. If you want to change shape styles, select the shape that you want to change, then come to the Shape Styles group under the Format tab, click the More drop down arrow, and then choose a different shape style. So I'll select this one, and the new shape style will be applied to your shape. To change the shape fill color, again select the shape, then under the Format tab, click on the Shape Fill command, then come and select the new color that you want to work with. So I'll select this one, and the color of your shape will be changed. Again, if you want to change the shape outline, select the shape, then under the Format tab, come and select the Shape Outline command. Then you can change the color of the shape outline. I'll go for a dark blue, and then I'll add to its weight. So you can come here, and that's how you change the outline of your shape. If you want, you can also change the shape effects. You can add shape effects to your shape. So you'll come to the Shape Styles group, no, under the Format tab, that is, then locate the Shape Effects command, click this, then you can choose whether you want to add a shadow. So I'll select this one. You can choose any if you want to add a glow, if you want to have a bevel effect. You can do whatever you want on your shape. Now let's look at working with building blocks. Now building blocks are another type of objects in Publisher. They usually contain some combination of text, shapes, and images, and they're meant to enhance the appearance of your publication. Now, once you insert a building block, you can modify it to suit your need. Now let's look at the types of building blocks we have. So what we'll do is that we'll come to the Insert tab. Then over here, we have the building blocks. We have page parts, calendars, borders and accent, and advertisements. So I'll click on the page parts drop down arrow, then select one of these, and it will be added to your page. Again, calendars, select one, then it will be added. Then you can resize it if you want, make it smaller. I'll just undo that. So I just want to move it over here. We can do the same with advertisements. I'll select this one, and it will be added to my page. So I'll just come and drag it down over here. You can resize it if you want. So these are the building blocks that we have. Now let's look at arranging objects. Now first we'll look at aligning objects. To align two or more objects, you can select them. So I'll just select this one, then hold down the shift key and select the others. Then under the format tab, I'll come and find the align command over here, then choose one of these alignment options. Now remember, I've only selected these three, so it's going to affect only these three. So you can select align left, align center, or align right, and so on. So that's how you align objects. Then let's look at grouping objects. At times you may want to group multiple objects into one object so they'll stay together if they're moved. Now to group objects, select the objects you wish to group. So I'll select this one, hold down the shift key, select the other one, and this one. Now I want to group them, so I'll come to the format tab again, then select the group command, and those objects will be grouped. So if I move them, I'll move them together as a group. If I resize them, I'll resize them as a group. Whatever I do to one will affect all the others. And if you want to ungroup, you just come back to the format tab again under the drawing tools, then select ungroup, and they will be ungrouped. As you can see now, they're separate items. Just need to move it up like so. So that's how you group and ungroup objects in Publisher. Pictures are a great way to add visual interest to your publication. Now in this lesson, you learn how to insert, fit, and format pictures. So I have this Happy Mother's Day card and I want to insert a picture over here. Now what you do is you come to the Insert tab, then click on Pictures command. Now it will take you to wherever you've saved your picture. So this is where I saved my picture. Select the picture you want to work with and click Insert command, and that picture will be inserted in your page. Now you can reposition it by clicking and dragging it to where you want it. You can also resize it by using the corner sizing handles. So I'll resize mine. I think that's good. Now after you've inserted your picture, it will come with its own format tab. Now from here you can format your picture however you want. Now let's first look at changing the picture style. Now you will come to the picture styles group, click the more drop down arrow and select a picture style that you want to work with. So I'll select this one and the picture style will be added. Now I want to crop off some areas in this picture. So what you do is you select your picture, then click on the crop command. Now crop out the areas that you don't want by clicking on these cropping arrows over here. I'll just crop it out like that. Then once you're done, click the crop command again and your image will be cropped. Now it looks good. Now there's a lot you can do. If you come back to the format tab, you can make corrections to your picture by coming over here and changing the contrast and the brightness of your image. You can also choose to recolor. Let's say I want it to be in a black and white kind of color, so I'll select this one, and as you can see it has taken on a grayscale change, but I'll return mine to the original and it looks better that way. Other things that you can do is you can change the picture border. So you can come to the picture border command over here, change the color. Let me check that color. Change the weight of the border. So I can change it to something around here, as you can see. You can also change the picture effects. So you can choose to add a shadow, a reflection. So let's look at a reflection. Lovely. So I'll just reposition this over here. Perfect. Now that looks good for me. This is how it will look like, that reflection. You can also add more picture effects if you want. You can add a glow, soft edges, bevel, or 3D rotation if you want. Now, once you're done making changes to your image, if you want to print out or to send this, it will be advisable for you to compress the pictures so as to reduce the size of the picture. Now, to do that, you'll click on the compress picture command. Then from here, make your changes. So you can choose to delete cropped areas of the pictures. I'll leave that on. Then here we have the target output. Are you going to print it commercially, this crop printing, or for the web? And what are the settings that you want to work with? Do you want to apply to all the pictures in the publication or apply to selected pictures only? Now, once you've made your changes, as you can see, currently it's at 37 kb, but if I compress it, it will be to 30 kb, so it will have reduced its size. So once you've made your changes, click compress, say yes, and your image will be compressed. A table is a grid of cells arranged in rows and columns. Now, in this lesson, you learn how to insert, modify, and change the appearance of tables. Now, let's first look at how to insert a table. So, locate the Insert tab, then locate the Table command. Click on it, then hover your mouse over this first to select the number of columns and rows you want to work with. Then click your mouse, and your table will be added to your page. Now you can move this table around to reposition it. So all you have to do is hover your mouse over the edge, then click and drag to reposition it. Place mine over here. Then if you want to resize your table, just click the sizing handles at the corner to resize your table. Now from here you can start typing anything you want in these cells, and you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard to move up, down, right, or left. Now I'm going to use a table that I have over here that I already entered some text. Then we are going to work with this. So let's first look at modifying the table layout. Let's first look at adding a row or column. Now if you want to add a row or column, so I'll add a row under this row over here. What you do is you come to the layout tab, then you have the row and columns group. Now if you want to insert a row above, you select this command and a new row will be inserted above the selected the cell that you had selected. If I select that again and then come here and click on insert below, a new row will be added below the cell that I had selected. So that's how it works. Now let's say you want to delete a row or a column. Now I'll delete these two rows. So what you do is you select any cell in that row, come to the delete command, then select delete rows, and that row will be deleted. Again, just place your cursor at any cell, in that row, then select delete rows, and it will be deleted. And that will apply for both columns and rows, as you have seen. And now let's look at merging and splitting cells. Now I want to merge these cells. So what you do is you select these cells, then under the layout tab again, come to the merge group, select merge cells, and it will be merged. As you can see now, it's one large cell. Now let's say you want to split it again, you just select the cell, then select split cells, and the cell will be split. But now I wanted it to be merged, so again I'll select it, then select merge cells, and that cell will be merged. Now let's look at modifying cell layout. You can modify the way text fits in your table cells by changing the cell margins and text alignment settings. Now let's first look at how to modify text alignment. First, select the cells with the text that you want to modify, so I'll select these cells. Now let's first look at modifying text alignment. Select the cells whose text you want to align. So I'll select these cells with the numbers. Then under the alignment group in the layout tab, you come and you have these 9 alignment options. Now you can choose whichever one you want according to your needs, and it will be applied to your text. So I'll select this one, and that looks good for me. Again, let's look at modifying cell margins. To modify cell margins, select the cells that you want to modify, but in this case I want to modify the whole table, so I'll select the whole table. Then click on the cell margins command, and then make your selections from over here. So I'll click on moderate, and the changes will be applied. Let's look at formatting tables. You can apply a table styles to your table. All you have to do is select your table, then go to the design tab. Then we have the table formats over here. We have these table styles over here. So click the more drop down arrow to access all of them, then select the one that you want to work with. So I'll select this one, and it will be applied. The table style will be applied to your table. If you want, you can also add borders to a table. If you want, you can also add borders to a table. All you have to do is select the table, then come to the borders command, click the more drop down arrow, then select where you want your borders to be. You can choose a bottom border, right border. Now for me, I want all borders, so I'll select that, and I'll have all borders on my table.